All right, welcome back to the Here's the Deal channel. It's been a while since I've done a live stream, and I wanted to kind of do this video because it seems like I pushed some buttons and offended some people on one of my last videos where I was interviewing Trump supporters and people were saying that I was unfair. So I thought it would be a good idea to give people an opportunity to call in. People were saying that I was unfair. So I thought exactly how they feel. Now, I want to let you know where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to push buttons. I'm not trying to be edgy. I am trying to ferret out the truth. And it could be, and I will leave myself open for being wrong. I could be completely wrong in my assessment of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the RNC and the DNC and the current political climate that we find ourselves in. So I want to hear from you. None of us is greater than all of us. When I say that, I mean that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put the invite link in, the StreamYard invite link, if you want to come up, because I do want to hear. The name of this video is Make Your Best Case for Trump or Kamala. I'm not here to condemn you or criticize you. I will ask you questions. I will try to, I'll try to be as fair as I can, because we all have limited knowledge. We all have limited experiences. And the best thing that we can get from somebody else is to learn maybe how to be a better person, or maybe, I don't know, hone our skills in effective communication or our knowledge base so we can help our fellow human beings, because knowledge is one thing, but putting knowledge into practice is an entirely different thing, which is basically the definition of wisdom. So while we're waiting for people to call in, if you even want to call in, I mean, this may actually go nowhere. I'm kind of excited about this because I want to hear what you guys have to say about this, and I want to find out why exactly people were disturbed about my questioning of Trump people outside of a Trump rally. And that's the one that was in Atlanta, Georgia. So I want to play this real quick clip. This is somebody out there asking, Trump or Kamala. And this answer is unique in that he's not picking one side or the other. He's actually tearing down the curtain and saying, this is really what I think it is.
Kamala. Neither. It's all fake, bro. We're all actors, man. It's all production. It's a big production. I was a big Trump guy, right? Like what he stands for and all that stuff, but it's all BS, man. It's all big production. Everybody on that stage is a part of the production. You cannot walk onto a set. Like if you go to a play, I can't just walk into a play and walk on stage and be a part of it, right? You got to be a part of the cast. But a lot of these guys are just puppets. Like all these people, like Kamala Harris, she's nobody, man. She's
that might be a Haitian. I don't know.
naked guy walking across in a towel, right? How
because
you have that?
Is that because of Joe Biden and Kamala or what?
It's that's what you get, right? That's what you get with them. Here we go. We got some more. So all these people that you put a lot of stock in and look up to, they're nobodies. Celebrities especially, they're all nobodies, man. They're all phonies. They're all fake. Bought, paid for. You see what's going on with Diddy and all this stuff. Like this is how this industry works. It's not about the talent. It's not about the best singer. Beyonce. There's millions of women on earth that can sing better than Beyonce, but they're not where Beyonce is because Beyonce sold her soul. And that shit's real too.
Do you know?
Now, I don't know. I understand the concept of selling the soul. I don't know to what extent that is literal, but a lot of people say that, and I just wonder if it's true. So let's start with, let's see, how do we say your name? Lyric Baritone?
Yeah.
What's up, Lyric? What you got?
Well, it's great to finally get on a live stream with you, Brian. I've watched your content for actually a few years now, and it's great to see you be a professional about this, be able to pivot when one channel gets struck down. You're able to fire up another one and change your direction a little bit, maybe focus a little more. I think I just want to commend you on your police focus and emphasizing and repeating the message about how there are no good police. There are no good law enforcement. It's 100% true. I was actually talking, it's kind of a tangent here from what you brought people on for, but I was talking to a security guard at this grocery store that I'm parked at right now, and last time I was in here, I asked him if he was going to start his security company, And he's like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm going to do something you don't like. I was like, what's that? He's like, well, I'm going to be a sheriff. And then we ended up having a conversation because we had talked about it before in the past. And he had this view that I was opposed to police or opposed to law enforcement or whatnot. And after some conversation, we went back and forth about the semantics of, are there good police? Are there good sheriff? And basically, at the end of the day, he agreed with me that essentially the law enforcement is actually destructive of the people's prosperity. That there's quote unquote over policing. And so I just want to commend you that like the message is really important, and re-emphasizing, providing example after example is really important. Okay, but on to the topic of
Well, wait, before you leave that, because I think it really kind of has everything to do with, what kind of political person that we're going to vote for or not vote for. But let me ask you a question, just from your perspective. Why do you say there are no good cops?
I have never seen a good cop. I have never seen. I mean, we've seen little like aberrations of the normalcy bias of law enforcement, where one will finally come to their senses and realize that somebody's being violated and stop their compadre. But overall, anytime I've ever had an engagement with a law enforcer, and I call them law enforcers, that's what they are. They're not peace officers; they're law enforcers. Whenever I brought up that they're just out here generating revenue, because most of my contact has been because of traffic violations, they have this aura of, well, you shouldn't be out here without a driver's license, or the law says you have to carry insurance, or I'm just doing my job. There's never any conscious, cognizant reflection on what the actual results are of what they do. It's all about what enables them to do what they do and whether or not that's legitimate in their own cognitive dissonance between what they see as the result of what they do versus what they're being told they're actually doing. And I think that's the major difference.
I agree with that, but do you think that's the strongest argument to convey to somebody who maybe, let's say they're for the Thin Blue Line gang and they support their local police department every single year. They're constantly putting the money, in, and anytime they get a call, they're going to support the cops. But what could we get something more objective on, other than the argument of, well, I've never seen it, that somebody could go, well, just because you've never seen it doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay. Well, I would say for every citation or ticket or infraction that's enforced where there's no loss, injury, or harm to another human being, that is money that is literally being sucked out of the economy. 100%. There's no dispute over this. If there's no loss, injury, or harm, there is no reason for somebody to get a ticket or a citation or a monetary punishment for anything.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. In addition to the fact that they sign on the dotted line to protect and defend the Constitution and all the laws of the state, like the drug war law, which actually victimizes people who didn't create a victim. So yeah, that's a good point.
For them to enforce the Constitution or to uphold, not enforce, because it's something you can't enforce. You can't enforce the Constitution. You can only uphold it.
Right.
You can only lift it up. It's not something you keep down and depress it like they are with traffic codes. You have to uplift and support the rights of the people. And I forget where I was going with that, but they're converted from being peace officers, which is the real intent of their job is to uphold the peace and to keep the peace. And they've been converted into law enforcement, policy enforcers. So there's a conversion that's taken place, and that's all. I think that's all through the liability protection they have, the corporate entity that they operate through, being employees of the municipality, the corporation, as opposed to being sworn peace officers carrying out their duty to uphold and protect the rights of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a great video of Jack McClam discussing his experience of going from being a policy enforcer to trying to uphold the constitutional rights of the people. and how he was basically ostracized by the establishment at the time over wanting to do that and not be just a revenue generating machine for the corporate state.
Yeah.
I mean, I could go on and on about this, but I really want to get to the whole Trump Kamala issue.
Okay.
And I don't think that you can make a solid argument for either one. And the reason is, if you follow any other channels like Enter the Stars, he does a lot of decoding of news stories and breaking through the false left-right paradigm through biblical prophecy and using, decoding things through the Bible and using that as like a Rosetta Stone to understand what we're living through in these times. And both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris fundamentally are for the same direction of the way that we're going to live in America and essentially across the whole world. There's really not really a fundamental difference. It's just the clothes they wear or the dressing they put on the turkey. I mean, it's basically the same shit that they're trying to give us. At the end of the day, they just use some different language and they act a little different. I mean, clearly Trump is smarter than Kamala Harris on a human level. Like, he's got more capacity to remember things, where Kamala Harris is just a glorified sugar baby. That's really what she is. I mean, she talks like somebody who's never had to really engage in any long, drawn out, thought out process. I could have conversations that last for hours. That woman can't go for more than 15, 20 minutes before she starts to break down. If you try and really press her on, what about this? Okay, now what about that? Now what about this? Like, she can't carry the narrative. At least Donald Trump can do that, but that's not an argument for him. That's just me observing that he would be a more believable president. If we're going to talk about belief and not knowing, he would be a more believable president than Kamala Harris could ever be.
Well, plus he's a way better showman. I mean, entertainment is off the charts when you're talking about Donald Trump. Even when he gaffes, it is quite entertaining. And I can only imagine, as bad as mainstream media is, they are praying before they go to bed every night, please make Donald Trump president because we need material.
Well, because if the Kamala Harris is president, everybody that's got any brain cells left after this election are going to turn off the mainstream media, because they know that they're just going to be shilling for her.
Yeah.
And that's all. They'll just be propping her up. She won't be standing on her own two legs like Donald Trump will, even though I know, and I know that that Donald Trump was really just a glorified puppet of the banking cartel.
Yeah. And they got to have their outrage porn, because they're not monetizable other than that. It's like Donald Trump is the best thing. Donald Trump is the best thing that ever happened to CNN and MSNBC.
He's the most substantive presidential candidate that they've probably ever had in terms of the media coverage.
Yeah.
Everybody else has been a dry suit. Clinton and Obama kind of come close, but Trump appeals to all sides of the political debate for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the hate or the love or the in between, where you're just like studying him as a character. For the intellectuals, or like, what an interesting guy.
Right.
I think the major things where I have no reason to support Kamala Harris. She's accomplished nothing because she was a sugar baby. That's how she got to the position. She was a woman.
Plus, in our line of work and on this, this genre about, here's the deal in exposing police corruption, she and a lot of people recognize that she was America's top cop, being the prosecutor for the biggest state in the nation. And that's just an automatic turnoff for anybody who's against authoritarianism.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think the big things with Donald Trump are the fact that he didn't lock up Hillary Clinton. In fact, he praised her. Right, and so obviously it was all politics. It was all a show. He wasn't serious about that, and the whole red flag law, and then the signing of the COVID stuff, the 6.2 trillion, or I never signed anything with a T before.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, the other major thing, and there's probably more things that I can't remember right now, but I'm just thinking of the big things that stick out to me, is when he did the whole presentation show, the selling of the pharmaceutical stuff, where he had the podium and he was unboxing it and shit. I just was like, oh my God. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. There's no way that Donald Trump doesn't know about like what's going on with the people from January 6th, what's been going on with Julian Assange. Like, there's no way that he doesn't know these things and he doesn't actually speak up on it or take actual legitimate political action in his campaign. Like, I haven't heard him mention the January 6th stuff in any depth at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, Lyric, hey, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna get somebody else on here so they can have a chance to talk. I really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, brother. Rock, you're next, man. How you doing?
Good, Brian. Yourself?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, it's been a while since I've been on. Thanks for having me today. So listen, I've been doing a deep dive in this election cycle this time. For the first time in my life, I'm really not sure which side of the fence to fall on as far as voting. I think that it's hell in a handbasket every cycle. Democrat, Republican, two-party cycle, two-party choice. I do somehow feel that this one's more critical for some reason. I think people are struggling in America more than ever before to retain our identity as Americans. College degrees, and yet I've been homeless for 6 years.
I think
my whole life and got sick.
I think your internet connection or your bit rate or something is really low because you're I'm not understanding a lot of what you're saying here.
Is it choppy?
Yeah, it's really choppy.
Is that any better? Okay, let me just get a little close. Let me see if I can enunciate it any better. I don't have any teeth.
Well, I don't think it's about enunciation. You know how it starts sounding techno and then it starts drawing out.
Oh, I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think it. Do you have a really slow internet connection?
I'm homeless and live in the woods, my man.
Resolution wise, your resolution is super low too. Like everything, your whole face is pixelated.
Okay, so listen, it really sucks, but everybody needs to vote. Period. I don't know. We're up against the wall. Go ahead and pull somebody else in, Brian.
Yeah, if you can get a better connection, come back in because I want to hear why you say that. Okay.
Thank you, my man.
Okay, take care. All right, Work for Liberty. How you doing, man?
Hey, Brian. How are you, brother?
Good. I need more. Can you turn your gain up on? Your volume is really low, so it's probably the gain.
It's a bad mic. Plug in here. Can you bring me right back? Do you have anyone else in the queue?
Yeah, I do. Okay, Joe. How you doing? You're up. Joe, the broken mirror. You're up. Joe, can you hear me? Your mic is muted, and I don't know if you can hear me. All right, now your mic is not muted, and now I can't hear you. I can see your lips moving, but you're not. I can't hear you. Yeah, you got some audio issues, Joel. If you can come back, I'm going to remove you from the room. We're going to go back to somebody else and then try to come back in because I want to hear what you have to say. All right, Work for Liberty. Let's see.
Is that better?
It sounds about the same, but go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I don't have a lot to say. So, not even 3 months ago, man, as you're well aware, but probably not everyone here is aware, and I was all in for Trump. And when he got shot in Pennsylvania, I was actually live streaming a show at the time. This is all caught on my YouTube channel under the same name. My season 1, all my videos. So about 30 hours of videos there. What I want to get to is you can just watch myself in cognitive dissonance like it's crazy. It is crazy. And I go back and watch and I'm just like, oh, how did I ever get there again?
Well, that's my question to you. What was the main thing that kept you hanging on for Trump?
I think mostly it's just that's how I was raised. If you're a good little soldier, a good little citizen, I served 5 years in the Marine Corps, which I now regret just because it was a waste of time looking back. You know, it's like I was wasting my energy pouring my personal love into a country that literally hates me these days. But I digress. Getting back to Trump, it's just drinking the Kool-Aid straight up. It's feeling good. You know what I mean? Is what it fundamentally comes down to. I want to feel good about myself. I want to be a good little soldier. And when
so it wasn't necessarily a policy issue for you that brought you on board. It was more like an emotional issue.
It was the whole package, right? Like I wasn't even looking into the policies, which you're so good at pointing out, and which broke me out of my cognitive dissonance again. Because, like, yeah, you're right. He did sign a $6.2 trillion bill, one signature. That is absolutely effing insane. That kind of money is going to be pinned not only on me, but our future generations of this country. Even more importantly, kids that won't even have a chance. You know what I mean? There's just so many. One that's not brought up a whole lot, Mike Pompeo. The guy, live on television, called for the murder of Julian Assange. And Trump put that guy in his cabinet.
Actually, that's a good point. I've forgotten about that.
Yeah, and I actually found that via Tucker, which I'm having some issues with Tucker now because I'm seeing some CIA hand, pulling the puppet strings there too. He's like, what's the word for it? He's controlled opposition. But no, I mean, yeah, like dark stuff like that. The money's one thing, and that's terrible. I'm not discounting it at all or discrediting that at all, but when you have a dude that's sitting there brazenly on national television calling for someone who has not sat one day in court, by the way, calling for his murder live on the air, that tells you a whole lot about how evil these people truly are and how they don't think they're going to be held to account for any of their actions. And they haven't to date. I'm a Christian. I'm a believer, and I believe one day they will be held to account by Almighty God. But besides that, like here and now, they're having free reign of it. And that's a great example. Mike Pompeo is a piece of shit, just straight up. Like, I don't care who. You never call for someone else's murder. Even if they're a convicted felon, you let that process play out how it plays out. But you have to just be a scummy human being.
Hello,
to call for another human being's death like that, and so brazenly. It's I'm rattling on about Mike Pompeo.
Well, let me get a little bit more specific for people who don't know who Julian Assange is or how significant that is. Julian Assange is one of the people who, along with Bradley Manning, now called Chelsea Manning, who released files that showed exactly how corrupt the military-industrial complex is and what monstrous things we were doing in the name of the U.S. military-industrial complex. And for those who, maybe you're going to get on to me about being against Donald Trump and you feel like, well, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, then that's a vote for Kamala Harris. Let me just remind you, because this is in the context of the Here's the Deal channel, even though this is a police accountability channel, what do the cops try to enforce on you? They're law enforcers. Well, who makes the laws? The political parasites. So if somebody like a Donald Trump shuts down the country, if somebody like a Joe Biden or a Kamala Harris shuts down the country, the people who will put the teeth on those words on pages are going to be the law enforcers. So the question is, are they going to violate not so much their oath, because it's a hypocritical oath, not a Hippocratic oath of do no harm. They're literally saying that they will do harm in the name of the state. So in the vein of you have the right to keep and bear arms which shall not be infringed, Amendment 2, and in the vein of you have the right to be secure in your person's houses, papers, and effects, and especially in the vein of freedom of speech and freedom of the press, I want you to listen real closely to what Donald Trump says in this 28-second clip and tell me if you agree with it And please realize this is his mindset, and this is what you're voting for when you're voting for a Donald Trump or a Kamala Harris.
We're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gates and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We've got to maybe do something with the internet because they are recruiting by the thousand.
I'm holding up the number 3 because 3 times he said, you are foolish if you cry freedom of speech, don't close down the internet. 3 times. From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, the Bible says. And I believe that because that's what happens. The only way you can speak is because your mind processed the thought. If your mind didn't process the thought, you're not going to say anything. So when you're for, you got to understand, I'm not against you if you vote for Donald Trump, but you have to know when you vote for him, you're voting for what's in his brain and what's in his heart. And that's one of the things that you need to be aware of.
Brian, you know what this reminds me of is the video he had on the flag burning, and he was sitting there calling people stupid for standing up for freedom of speech in that arena as well. I was one of them. And when he said that, I'm like, man, fuck you, dude. And I was still in the cognitive dissonance at that time when he said that. But I'm like, who the hell are you to say I'm stupid for standing up for the First Amendment? I don't care if it surrounds the flag. Like, you know, I value the flag, and I still do to this day. Like,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. Chad Stake, before you unsubscribe, come aboard and voice. You know, you can do it anonymously. I don't even have to see your face. Just come aboard and say why I'm unsubscribing. How do I suck when I just exposed a guy who a lot of people are voting for who said you suck for trying to uphold the First Amendment? So go ahead, work for liberty. It just kills me.
Yeah, no, and it should. It rightly should. And I was one of those guys, is what I'm saying, guys. I was you 2 months ago, well, almost 3 months ago now, drinking that WWE Kool-Aid. And I go back and I'll watch the supposed assassination attempt now, and I'm like, man, this whole thing was just staged. It really was. It was just engineered. I mean, there was so much blood. You do a much better Trump than I do, Ryan, but there was so much blood all over the place. And it's like, no, there wasn't. There was a trickle down your face, dude.
Yeah, see,
he got shot in the face.
Yeah, I try to stay away from the it's staged language because I can't prove it is, but I would like for people to prove to me that it wasn't staged. You know, if you actually believe it, show me the evidence of where his ear actually got damaged by a 223 bullet with a 2 centimeter hole. And how do you get a projectile traveling at about 3,200 feet per second? Downrange, it probably slowed down to about 2,600 feet per second. But how do you, with a 30 frames per second or a 60 frames per second camera, grab a bullet in the mid-air? Even if you tried to do that, it would be virtually impossible to do it. You would have to have a slow-mo camera. But let me show you exactly what Work for Liberty is saying here. Because this is something you also need to be aware of, that Donald Trump literally wants to cage Americans for burning an American flag.
We're going to be smart. We're going to listen to Tom Emmer and Pete and all of the other. You got great people in this group, I tell you. You have great people. And we do not need more people who want to burn our flag. I watched yesterday and the day before. They're burning our American flag. And I said, I know they say it's unconstitutional. Well, make it not unconstitutional. You
make it not unconstitutional. In other words, strike down the First Amendment. We don't need that First Amendment in there. Make it not unconstitutional so that I can throw people in jail for burning a piece of fabric.
Burn our American flag.
Hey, let me start this over. You got to hear the full thing. Listen to this.
Well, make it not unconstitutional. You burn our American flag, you should get immediately mandatory 1 year in jail.
Wow. And that's not the only time he said it. Here's another rally. Listen to it. He's very clear. He doesn't mince words.
And you know, we ought to do something, Mr. Senators. We have 2 great senators. We ought to come up with legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year.
That is the voice of a tyrant. What the hell? All right. Hey, work for liberty. I'm going to move on because I don't want to spend too much time. I want to give everybody a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll wrap up with this though. They cheer their own demise. I mean, that's what they're doing. It's so sad.
Yep.
It really is. Okay, thanks, bud. Have a good
All right,
one.
brother. Take care. Bye. All right, Joe, we got the issues worked out.
Hey, Brian, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, man. So my take on the election is if you're not voting for a third party, really, what you're doing is you're voting for more war. I served in Iraq. I saw what Iraq did, and I'm just done with war, man. I'm done with giving weapons to Ukraine or Israel or anybody in the world to fund more mass casualty wars. I'm done with it.
So can you hear me? Can you hear me? Joe.
Barely, yes.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to ask you. So you're saying, so what if somebody just says, I'm not voting because I don't participate in this evil, and the whole thing is just a completely rigged show?
Yep, I'm gonna have to jump out. I can't hear you, brother, but
Oh,
I love
shoot.
you and much respect.
Okay,
I'll call
man.
on the next show. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. Take care. All right, Maverick, you're up, man.
Hey man, been following you for a couple months now, and I first discovered you when looking for opinions on the first assassination attempt. And I'll go into this by saying I've been a fan of the WWE for years, and you're the only person that I've heard kind of equate the whole thing to the WWE. And I go into the WWE as a fan knowing it's predetermined and scripted. And on the political side of things, I was a Q follower for the longest time, you know, trust the plan, and Trump is playing 5D chess.
Oh, let me ask you about that. I want you to keep your thought, but let me ask you about that. When
Okay.
you say you were a follower, were you like immersed in it? Like that was what you believed?
Yeah, I was following the Q drops.
Okay, so can you just succinctly tell us what that actual plan was?
It was basically Trump setting up all the sting operation for the first 4 years, his first term, so that he can do the actual draining of the swamp in the second term. And the 4 years of Biden and Harris was supposed to be the pause so that people that hated Trump the first term around could see how bad the other side could be, so that it would be easier for Trump to do what he needed to do in his second term.
Okay. Go ahead. Proceed with what you were saying.
Yeah, so out of all things, the first assassination attempt kind of like slapped me awake, because I feel as a WWE fan, knowing how that business works, I felt like it was easier to see through. And the first video I saw from you, where you were talking about how he objectively lied at the RNC, talking about how his hand was covered in blood, when you can see that it wasn't,
Right.
I thought, what else is he lying about? What else is he embellishing to get us on his side? And so after having snapped out of the Q stuff, I then you helped me snap out of the left versus right paradigm stuff. And to me, it's kind of scary, because both sides, whether it's the the liberals or the MAGA, whenever you press them and question them based on facts and reality versus the WWE character show, they turn into the same person by ignoring the facts that you're telling them to their face. And it just feels, I do feel overwhelmed by the masses that are buying into this, and I feel like only a few of us are thinking the way we are.
So what is your personal experience like with, say, your family and your friend? Do you have a lot of friends?
I don't have a lot of friends, but I do live with 2 Trump supporters.
And how does that go? Can you guys have a pretty honest, even keel conversation?
The first time I tried it, it did not go well, because I admitted out loud that I'm not going to vote for either Kamala or Trump after myself being a hardcore Trump supporter / Q follower for 6 years, a long time. And my mom, who is she's if you don't vote for Trump, that's a vote for Kamala. And
Right.
I was like, okay, first of all, that the math doesn't math there. But when I started getting into what Trump himself has said and done, the first conversation, she shut me down. Like the cognitive dissonance was like, boom, she was being challenged, and I don't want to have this conversation anymore. Since then, I've been kind of like doing the whole planting the seeds thing of, well, are you aware that Trump initiated red flag laws in his first term? and Kamala wants the same thing. So at the end of the day, they're the same thing. So I kind of understand where she's coming from, because I was there for a long time. I defended Trump blindly to the death for a long time. But after looking at the assassination attempt thing, out of all things, that's what snapped me out of it. And ever since that, I've been looking at it from a 40,000 foot view, and I'm like, damn, it's all WWE theater. Even though I love the WWE, when it comes to politics, I thought that was real. It turns out it's not. So it kind of.
So let me ask you a specific question. So you're saying the specific thing that snapped you out of it with regard to the, assassination attempt, or whatever they'd like to call it, the thing that woke you up was, if he's going to lie to us about something that we can verifiably prove from different video and picture angles, that first of all, not only did he say his hand was covered in blood, he said blood was everywhere. There was so much blood when there wasn't really that much blood. So you're saying if he was willing to lie about that, what else is he willing to lie about? And that caused you to do a deep dive in what he actually says. And does it line up with the Constitution? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, that was well, to be honest, it was a compound effect, and the assassination attempt was the last straw. I had a problem for a long time with Operation Warp Speed and the thing.
The jabberoonie, yeah.
The jabberoonie. I don't want to get you in trouble, but
Thank you.
that was my first, like, it was kind of like a thorn in my side, kind of like, back then I liked Trump overall, but there's that little pesky thing called Operation Warp Speed that I still have a problem with. And there was something else I had a problem with him too, but I can't remember. But the assassination attempt through the WWE eyes was the final straw, and that was before saying he's protecting Hillary, and that was before all the more like blatantly in your face things.
Yeah.
So after listening to you for a couple months now, I think it was, ever since the assassination attempt, you've been putting into words how I've been feeling is off. Like, I've been having this feeling that something is off, but you've been putting it into words. So
where are you located? Like, what state are you in?
I'm in Montana.
Okay. And what's the political climate in Montana, at least in your zone of influence? Is it more red or blue, or?
It's overwhelmingly pro-Trump.
Okay.
I have seen a couple of Harris Walt stickers, which I didn't know they existed up here, but they do.
What is it? A what sticker?
A Harris/Walt sticker.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize they were supporters up here, but apparently there are.
Well, so needless to say, you're not going to be voting this year?
Hell no.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for coming aboard, Maverick. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, man. Take care. Brandon, you are next in the queue. How you doing, man?
What's up, Brian?
What's up, Brandon?
Not much. How you been? I just would like to say, it doesn't matter who gets elected. The people are screwed either way. They're not out for we the people. And also, I think if voting mattered, the government wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah, it would be illegal. They would treat it as criminal. Right. You'd be going to jail if you tried to go to a polling place. Yeah, the government. There's some disconnect between people who I'm specifically talking about people who just die hard. I don't trust the government, and yet they're going to go to the polling place to vote for government. It just makes no sense to me.
I feel you right there. That's how I feel about it. I'm not voting. I could give a shit. We're screwed either way. No matter who gets elected. So
what state are you in?
No, I'm just north of you here in Kansas.
Oh, okay. So it's a red state, just like Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's a red state. There's some Harris supporters, but it's majority red.
Is it difficult for you to express your political opinions to people in your area?
I kind of really don't talk about it too much to people. Just because I don't give a shit, honestly.
Yeah. And
I talked a little bit with my family about it, but they're all Democrats.
Right.
But they see my views on things and they understand my views, which is really rare, seeing how my family's a bunch of bootlickers.
Yeah. It's sad, man. It's sad. Well, you got anything else for us, Brandon?
It is. No, man, I just wanted to come up and let people try to open people's ears, All
right, brother.
I believe it's all farce.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, man. Stay out of trouble.
All right, you too. Take care.
A bit.
All right. Sovereign Soul, you are here. You are on. You're next in line. How you doing?
Good. Great to talk to you again, Brian. I spoke to you a few years ago in Richmond when we were having the 2A lobby day thing. I was the guy with the...
You talking about Richmond, Virginia in 2020?
Yeah.
We spoke in person?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we talked about civil asset forfeiture. I was a victim of that. And I also showed you the original Virginia flag. We had a little discussion about how
I remember that. I remember you. I remember you now. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, do you know that was the last day I flew on a commercial airliner? I just decided from that time out, I'm like, okay, I'm sick of getting felt up by TSA and I don't want to go through their radiation machines. I'm done with this. I'm just going to drive wherever I go. And I guess I'll never fly internationally.
Well, here's what a joke that is my last trip was I went to Vegas for the Flattoberfest this last year. And here I am, probably the sketchiest dude in there. I've got a YouTube channel. I'm probably on several lists, and my goal is to be number one on the list. But in any case, my wife, she's a goody two shoes, and she's, no problems in her background or anything. She's got pre-check and everything. She gets checked every time. She gets checked every time. Me, they let me waltz right through. And then the last time, and I was like looking at all these sheep just standing there, and I'm thinking to myself, what is going through these people's minds if they're just mindlessly standing there eating on something, looking off into space while they're being corralled around this little maze to go have themselves felt up? And I was like, I'm not doing this crap ever again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the kicker of it was, we come back from Vegas, I get back and I open up my suitcase and there's a card in there from TSA. And it said, we have inspected your bag. We've been in your bag and inspected it and shit. And the funny thing was, I had about 1.5 ounces of pot in there and they left it. They completely left it. And
it wasn't your carry-on. It was the baggage in the baggage compartment, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's just like crazy. But I just wanted to chime in on this, that, regardless, just like in every election, and I've been watching him, the first president I remember was that damned Johnson. That's the only way I ever heard of him referred to. In fact, I got to where I thought that might be his first name. But I've been watching it. It's been a steady left, right march right off of a cliff. It's not gotten any better. It's only gotten worse. And just like in every other election, the people lose and the Fed wins. That's all that ever is. And I can't get through people's heads that just the lesser, I love your interviews where you're going, the lesser of two evils is still evil. I choose no evil. Therefore, I have the moral high ground. And I too have been told, well, if you don't vote for Trump, you're voting for Harris. And I got Harris people telling me that if I don't vote for Harris, I'm voting for Trump. And I'm thinking, well, then in a sense, I'm voting for both of them. Okay, go ahead. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. Who's ever butt polishes that seat, they can promise you all this crap that they're going to do, and they don't have the power to do any of it. They don't even have the power to lie good enough to say, okay, I'm going to uphold your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights, your Fourth Amendment rights. I promise your Third Amendment rights will never be trampled because you're never going to have to quarter troops. They could at least lie about that. But let me say something about you taking the high ground. The deep universal significance of you taking the high ground is going, hey, I can't vote for evil. You're actually holding a place on the high ground for the people who are telling you to compromise your high ground just so you can bide your time in hopes that the person you're trying to plant that seed into will take a position along with you. So the person, they view you as an enemy because you don't demean yourself, and you're viewing them as a friend, regardless of if they're trying to take your rights away by voting a political parasite. But you're actually the moral high ground. When somebody's like, oh, you're taking the moral high ground, you think you're better than me. It's like, no, not at all. And personally, it'd be better to get along in life and be liked by all you people that I just happen to be standing against. But I love you so much that I'm not gonna compromise an inch. There you go. And I often tell people that voting's an immoral act anyways. You're wishing to impose your wishes upon a group of people that don't wish to have it. And it's that simple.
Exactly. Exactly. Outside of it being a demo, and this is my view, and this is why I want to have this live stream, because I want people to come forward to say, no, I disagree with you, and this is why. But in my opinion, voting is a demoralization, dehumanization ritual that they have to bring you down to. So then when they commit their evil acts, they can turn around and say, well, we did it in your name. We did it with your support. Look, you gave us your vote. That's your vote right there, isn't it? It's like, yeah, but I was only a single issue voter. You can't vote for a single issue. You're voting for an individual that represents a corporation that only wants to harm you, not do you any good. And the secondary thing is, which probably is along the same plane, is you're asking for immorality to come to your neighbor who doesn't want immorality done to him. So that's a good point.
Exactly. And it's the whole thing. When I saw Trump, when he was giving that speech in the beginning, when he told that little story about the old woman and the snake.
Oh,
and something in the back of my mind was saying, you know what? He might be the snake. And what convinced me of it was that day when he said, and he ran on this mantra, let's face it, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. Listen, I've been digging into Hillary Clinton for years. The first time I saw that woman on television, for some inexplicable reason, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I could not figure out why. But now I know. And I was like, okay, great. And then when he turned around after he got elected and said, oh, we're not worried about that anymore. They're good people. We're going to leave them alone. And then gave him that standing ovation. I was like, yep, he is the snake he was talking about. And these idiots are going to go out there and vote for him. I mean, the hypocrisy that comes about here, he is serving up the most poisonous crap that you can ever eat as a McDonald's French fry. He partners up with Robert Kennedy to make America healthy again, and then takes his fat ass in there to be serving up a bunch of unhealthy. What? And these people are like, yeah, it's all part of the plan, you know, it's all part of the plan. And I'm like, yeah, okay, kick the football again, Charlie Brown. Just do it. Go ahead.
When I saw him at that drive-through window, I was like, yep, the psychological operation came full circle with that guy right there. Ronald McDonald. There you go.
Well, I'm going to leave you with this and let you get to some other guests and stuff. But here's what I was thinking of. At this point in time, now talking about big victory and everything, and to me, that would look like if Trump did win, I wouldn't boast about it because it'd be like fighting the cripple kid and then boasting because you won, you know? It's not really like there's a whole lot of competition there, but they've got it looking like Trump's going to win. He's a shoo-in, right? But they haven't done anything about those voting machines, and nobody did shit when they cheated last time. And if I were the devil, what would I do? I'd go ahead and put her in anyways. What are you people going to do about it, man? Nothing. You all wore diapers on your face because we told you you're not going to do anything. That's what I would do if I was the devil. Make it look like it's a shoo-in that Trump's going to be, and then pull the rug out and throw Kamala in there anyways.
Yep. All right, brother. Thank you very much.
Right on. Have a good night, Brian.
Take care. Steve, you're up next in the queue. Thank you for waiting.
All right, brother. Thank you very much. Right on. Have a good night. Take care.
Hey there, Brian.
Steve, you're up next.
Hey, man. I'm getting a lot of reverb. I'm hearing myself. If you could do you have an earphone?
Oh, we're in the truck. I was listening to you while we were riding.
Oh, okay.
Going to a pumpkin patch. Well, you know, I don't really know what I'm on here. I'm kind of trying to piece my mind together what to say. The Republic is based on voting. Pure and simple. Sometimes it's a good group, sometimes it's a bad group. And I really have a hard time trying to think of how to put it together.
Let me ask you this. When was it a good group?
When was it a bad group? We've been living through 4 years of hell right now.
Are you talking about as far as when was it a bad group? Crop of presidents? Is that what you're talking about?
More along the lines of the economy. Every time we get a Democrat in office, gas doubles, food prices double. Of course, when the Republicans get in office, they slow step it in a way. They don't ever bring anything back. Every time you get a Democrat in office, I call them demon craps. We'll just leave it at that. And we got retardlicans as well. But it's based on, you've got to vote. You don't have anything you can say if you don't vote. Personally, I have a hard, Reagan wasn't as great as everybody thinks he was. That's how we get amnesty. We've got a group right now letting anybody in Europe, the EU, or the EU, East European Union. And if you look at Germany, all the sexual assaults have went through the roof since then, and that's not being reported here yet. Don't know if it's not happening. But
well, let me ask you. Let me ask you. I think there's a huge delay between you and I because you're in the car. But let me just ask you, since you're saying we got to vote, who will you be voting for? I'm assuming not Kamala, but definitely Trump, right?
I support Trump.
Okay. Now let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Would you personally be okay with laying insurmountable debt on your children's children that they can never recover from or repay?
We're already in debt. We're sunk. The debt problem is been going on.
No, my question is, would you personally do it? Would you lay a debt on your children that they couldn't ever possibly repay?
Absolutely not.
Then why would you vote for somebody who is intent on doing and has a history of doing that same thing?
They've all done it. Every president.
Right. So you're going to vote for somebody. But you're going to vote for somebody who did that.
Well, either way you do it, you can be snookered into voting for somebody that has done it.
So you don't mind somebody doing that in your name, which is your consent, which is what your vote is. It's your vote is your consent.
What needs to be done, and hopefully he does it this time if he keeps his word, and that goes for any of them, we go to a full tariff system as the Constitution was originally laid that we did. So that would end a lot of the taxation if he ends on taxes, as he's mentioned before that he would do. But the problem is I don't think that can actually be done. But if that is what we should be doing, the country was laid to be tariffs, pay for everything, not us paying for our own taxes. I mean, heck, if I remember correctly, as soon as Washington got in, there was a taxation set upon people.
It can economically be argued from the non-Keynesian perspective that tariffs are just as destructive as an income tax, and income tax can be equally as destructive as tariffs because China's not paying the tariffs. It can be demonstrated that American businesses are paying the tariffs, and because they have to pay a tariff, then they have to cover for their losses, and then that gets handed down to the end user, which makes it's bad for America. So a tariff is an interruption of the free market. When you interrupt the free market, you're actually committing an economic terrorism against the American people. So I would be against that. But bringing this back around to the moral position, how can you make a moral argument to vote for somebody who increased the national debt by $8.4 trillion, which was on track to best Obama by double? Somebody who signed a $6.2 trillion Operation Warp Speed, big pharma corporate spending package. And that's not even scratching the surface. Somebody who said that they went out of their way to protect Hillary Clinton, who he rightly named as evil and a criminal and crooked, but he didn't put her in jail, and he intended not to do that because he intended to protect her. So how can you, in good moral conscience, vote for a person who has that kind of history of criminality against your fellow Americans?
The criminality would be, well, the justification would be you got to vote for one or the other. Yes, it's the lesser of two evils.
So would you vote for Stalin over Hitler or Hitler over Stalin? Because you got to vote for one of them. Which one would you vote for?
Well, now you're talking about somebody that was outright evil, killing people just because they were wrong race.
How many people do you think outright died with the release of $8.4 trillion in banker hands? How many people do you think that Trump killed, but dropping an average of 46 bombs and missiles every single day of his presidency, which was more than drone bomb you?
That's a good point.
So let's get it out of Stalin and Hitler territory. If Obama and Hillary were running, which one would you vote for?
Well, they would be running for the same ticket.
No, what if Hillary goes, I'm going Republican, just like Donald Trump did, because she's been a Democrat all her life. Just like he's been a Democrat all his life, but she automatically flipped and now she's a Republican. Would you vote for Hillary because she's got an R next to her name?
She's already had multiple problems against her. We go all the way back to their time in Mena, Arkansas, flying in drugs for the cartel, which Bush was part of because it was his presidency that allowed him to bring it in for the Iran-Contra scandal.
Well, what I'm trying to say is Hillary is evil. We already know that. Obama is evil, and a moral, righteous person does not vote for evil because he's always got an option to withdraw his consent from evil, no matter what the masses do. Now, you and I have been propagandized and indoctrinated into believing you only got two choices: the RNC and the DNC, which are corporately owned nonprofit organizations who have the final say in who their candidate's going to be, are utterly corrupt. We know Washington, D.C. is corrupt. We know the president's seat is completely owned by AIPAC, just like all of the House and the Senate and Congress. So when you vote for one or the other, if you vote for Kamala, you're voting for Israel and AIPAC. When you vote for Donald Trump, you are clearly objectively voting for Israel and AIPAC. You really don't have a choice. You think you do, but it's an illusion of choice. But now you've exercised your option to actually vote for evil, even though they're working for the same team owners. So what's your reaction to that?
That's a good choice, or not a good choice, but I understand what you're saying. The matter of fact is you either vote or you get drug along. And I'm voting for somebody that's not trying to tell me they're going to take away my right to defend myself.
Yeah, you are. He's for red flag laws and federalized indemnity for all law enforcement officers. He's totally going to take away your right to keep and bear arms. He is the initial initiator of the red flag gun confiscation law from June in 2019 after the Las Vegas shooting in 2017.
Well, now the red flag laws, we actually have them here in Kentucky, but actually I don't think we do have them. You got to have probable cause of some sort to prove that somebody has it in Kentucky to get their red flags done on them. They can't just somebody call in and say it. Now, if that's the case, that's the problem. Red flag laws myself. I don't agree with it.
Wait, you broke up. You said if that's the case, and then you broke up. Can you continue with what you were saying?
I don't agree with red flag laws. But
do you disagree to the point where you're not gonna consent to somebody who supports red flag laws?
Once again, who am I going to choose? I've got two people that I have to choose between.
No, you don't. Let's say you and I walked into a restaurant. I said, Steve, you got to try this restaurant out. There's only two things on the menu, and we walk in and you look at the menu and it's like poop soup or turd sandwich, and I'm like, you got to choose one, and you're like, no, I don't. I can exercise the third option of walking out. I'm not going to pollute my system with poop soup or turd sandwich.
That's right. I can walk out, but where am I going to walk out to? Canada, Mexico?
No, you get to maintain your integrity. That's everything. And what if you maintained your integrity and you're like, no banker bought AIPAC owned puppet is going to get me to demoralize myself by walking like a sheep and a zombie to vote for red flag laws, which I say that I'm against. Because if you vote for red flag laws, which is a Donald Trump or a Kamala Harris thing, you're actually in cognitive dissonance, because now you're trying to hold two diametrically opposed ideas at the same time. You say you're for the Second Amendment and shall not be infringed, but you're going to vote for the guy who not only will infringe on those, he'll sit next to Dianne Feinstein and say, I don't know, Mike, I like take the guns first, due process second. Or he'll criminalize 1 million Americans who own a piece of plastic called a bump stock, which is something that he also did. So you're saying you're okay with criminalizing Americans?
Nah, that's not true.
But that's what he wants to do.
Maybe that's what he's done in the past. Maybe he's learned his mistake. Yeah, no, actually, listen to the NRA, who's really not been a friend to the American people for years either.
The NRA is decidedly anti-American.
Exactly. They are the very reason why we have the NICS system.
Thank you. And Donald Trump supports the NRA, which supports background checks, and Donald Trump supports background checks. So does Kamala Harris. So really, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for Kamala Harris, and a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Donald Trump. You're just you've demeaned yourself to the point where you can actually objectively see that their policies are not significantly different at all on the major issues. Trump, Kamala is going to get us into transgenerational debt slavery for the bankers. Trump already did it, and he's going to do it again. He's going to do the quantitative easing with Jerome Powell. He already said that. Quantitative easing is a trashing of the dollar, which means he's going to devalue your time and laboring energies through devaluation of the dollar. And he's going to do it with your vote. That's the worst part about it. Now, if you have an argument against, same thing that Trump is going to do. A vote for Trump is a vote for Kamala. With Kamala, you know why I think we have a better chance? Because Kamala is going to come. She already said on Oprah, we'll go into your house and take your guns. Any American who knows what's going on is like, no, you are not. Come on, just go ahead and do it. I think we just need a King George scenario where they've loaded up the boats with the red coats. They're coming to get us. And all the founding fathers are going, you know what? That's it. We're not going to suffer anymore. We are not going to suffer this tyranny anymore. Not one more taxation without representation. If we die, we die. Our lives, our fortunes, our sacred honor. That is the whole gist. In the very last couple of words of the Declaration of Independence, it's like, no, I'm not giving away my soul for that right there. And if I die and King George takes over and they overrun the Americans and all the colonies are, gone, then so be it. But I'm not submitting to tyranny.
Oh, there's another YouTuber by the name of Jack Richland of Black Scout Survival. He always points that out when people say we need to do this, we need to do that. Well, Brian, fire the first shot. Let them kick through your door first.
Yeah, well, you know what we do? Here's what we do. People are like, you're always bitching about the problem, Brian, and you never come up with a solution. Well, the solution is you got to take this down because this is worthless. It's only a perceived measure of wealth. And you got to implement something like this. This is actual gold. It's called a gold back. This is 2/2,000th of an ounce of gold. This is the $1 denomination. And if we have a whole bunch of people going, not only do you not get my vote, but I don't use your Federal Reserve notes anymore. See, the problem is people think that politicians are going to solve their problems, and they're just the puppets who are going to create more problems. The people who actually animate those puppets are the people like the Rothschilds who said, give me control over a nation's money and I care not who makes its laws. But it's very important for them to get people like you and me to go to the voting booth so we can demoralize ourselves, which is kind of like the fulfilled prophecy of what Samuel Adams said. No people will tamely surrender their liberties, nor can any be easily subdued when knowledge is diffused and virtue is preserved. On the contrary, when people are universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, which is what voting is, they will sink under their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders. We don't need an Obama. We don't need a Hillary Clinton or a Don Red Flag Law Trump to weigh us down. We do it ourselves by giving away our consent through the voting process. I mean, like, what's your reaction to that? Is there a logical comeback for that?
I'm really not following what you said, to be quite honest with you about it.
Okay, make the moral point of voting. Give me how is it moral to vote for a known psychopathic political puppet who's going to trash American rights? Make the moral argument for voting for the lesser of two evils is, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Well, the lesser of two evils is its own argument. You're stuck either way. So
no, you're not.
Or you can do the third option, as you said, and do nothing.
No, you're not doing nothing. You're maintaining your integrity. You're like, my integrity is important to me. I'm keeping it, and I'm not giving it away to a political psychopath. Isn't that important? That's universally important.
Well, of course that's important. But the problem is you're getting drug along one way or the other.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Sure you are.
Nope. You're not.
She wants to take my guns, and she sends this new 5240.01 group of people out to come and take my weapons, then it's going to happen. If Trump throws a bunch of red flag laws and the same guys with 5240.1 want to come kick in my door and take my weapons, it's going to happen.
But they do it with your kid. But you invited them in by voting for them. It's not a wrong for them to do. See, it's like, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Well, you're going to let a snake in knowing that he's a snake. Isn't it snaky do you think Trump drained the swamp or filled the swamp in his first term?
I don't think he did a damn thing to the swamp.
What do you call Steve Mnuchin from Goldman Sachs as the Treasury Secretary? He filled that position with a globalist. That's not filling the swamp. I have hundreds of examples. You know who his Secretary of State was? Known CIA asset Mike Pompeo, who said, "What?
We were trained to lie." Yes, Mike Pompeo.
Yeah, that's not filling the swamp. How about Alex Azar from Big Pharma as the get this. Donald Trump was bailed out in the 1990s. Did you know that?
Oh yeah.
Do you know who bailed him out?
I believe it was Mnuchin or one of those cats.
No, it's Rothschild's Inc. You know who do you know who the employee for Rothschild's Inc. that was?
No, I don't.
It was Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross was a representative and an employee for Rothschild's Inc. 25 years later, when Donald Trump became president, he made Wilbur Ross the Commerce Secretary. Why? Because Donald Trump was busy filling the swamp. So do you really objectively, if you vote for Donald Trump, you're voting for filling of the swamp. If you vote for Kamala Harris, you're filling the swamp. If you've got a moral argument against it, I want to hear it. I'm not against you personally.
I really don't have an argument against it because my point was from the start is you're stuck with voting for one or the other. I understand you're saying you've got the moral right not to vote, but my point is you really don't have the moral right to complain or argue if you don't vote.
Where's the logic in that? Explain that logic? So if you vote and Donald Trump drops a bomb in your name, I can complain because I didn't vote for the dropping of the bomb, but you did.
Did I get the option to start the war?
You voted for the guy who started the war. It's your fault. And you're admitting you're putting the guy in position who signed a $6.2 trillion pharma bailout. I don't know how to make it any more clear. Let me just go down the line real quick. This is cursory. If you vote for Donald Trump, you're voting for somebody who wants to shut down the internet, keep big money in politics, go for red flag gun confiscation laws, civil asset forfeiture, more money for the military industrial complex, $6.2 trillion in banker debt, plus $8.4 trillion in national debt, federal police indemnity, criminalization of hundreds of thousands of Americans with little plastic pieces like bump stocks, and I'll take the guns first, due process second, and he wants to put you in jail for burning an American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment. So when you vote for that, you just got to know you're voting for a tyrant.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, though, buddy. I appreciate it, Steve.
All right. Have a good one, man.
All right. Take care. All right. Greg, live music. Sorry, man. I left you waiting for a long time. I apologize.
Hey, man. No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Thanks for being
here. I
here.
have a lot of thoughts related to this. And first of all, I come from a moral conspiratorial background, started looking into September 11th back in 2005. And I've learned to think along the way. So I would bet my life that it's all a show. It would be less absurd. It would be less absurd for them to, imagine Coca-Cola letting us vote in their CEO. It's not going to happen. You think they're going to let the face of the nation be voted in? It's been well proven that these are all of particular bloodlines. I think there's maybe only been a couple that were not Masons along the way. You have to be part of their club. I was still playing into it back in 2008 with Ron Paul. So I did support him, but I saw through that process of what a fraud even the whole electoral and delegate process is, because he was clearly getting the turnout of all the events. The popular vote would have been for him, but was it Romney he was against, who had like the empty places? But sure enough, because it's all just a circus, all theater, he didn't have a chance. So yeah, it's all a show. So even these discussions, and I respect you, Brian. I understand why you're doing it, especially when I see your audience when so many of them still buy into the stuff. But your vote is useless. Now, it might work for some local things, but even a lot of the cities like here in Houston, they're all signed into the UN agendas where even the bigger agendas are still going to be at play. Those are not falling apart. And like I said, I've got a lot of thoughts, so just random stream of consciousness here, but to the whole ear incident. If somebody thinks that's real at all, come on. Besides, it was total lack of protocol. There's no way in the world that Secret Service would not have rushed him off of that stage right away. What did they do? They kept him up there for I don't know how many seconds, right? Coming up on a minute or something, and then let him stand up and show his head and wave his hand. And then, yeah, as somebody else already brought up, he talks about how much blood there was, and no, none of it makes sense. I mean, you see those two women that were allegedly Secret Service agents, and then one of them fumbling, couldn't even figure out how to holster her sidearm. I mean, it was all a circus. And
Let me stop you real quick and just kind of hone in on the very first thing you said about Coke. That's actually a very, very good thing to point to show that there's a corollary between how politics is being run, how WWE is being run, and how these marketing campaigns are being run for these soft drink companies. The top 4 largest shareholders for Coke is Berkshire Hathaway, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. The top 4 shareholders for Pepsi is Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. And so what I think Greg is trying to say is, and he makes a good point, is whether you drink Coke or Pepsi, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are the beneficiaries of the money that you give to these, to thinking that you're going to support Pepsi over Coke, when in actuality you're supporting the owners of the ones who own both beverage companies. Is that what you're trying to say?
yeah, I mean, it's the same game. And as somebody had mentioned, I think Saab said it's, left foot, right foot, right? It's just they swap it out because all these people that are brainwashed are thinking, well, in 4 years we'll be able to make change when we get our person in. And then those people that are so hard, standing behind Trump, they ignore the cognition is so strong that they ignore all these major, major, major red flags, pun intended there. I mean, so many of them. You think about the NDAA. How many times did he sign that? The Patriot Act. How many times did he sign that? I mean, when I'm sitting there commenting in a comment section, I could type for hours covering his attacks on the people, on the freedom, on truth. And really, and then also, I think it plays into it when we start discussing all this immigration and the voting ballots being burned and multiple dead people voting and this and that. That's all by design. It is all theater, because the plan in the end is to have AI governance. So that's why we get these joke for presidential candidates. Even though they were puppets decades ago, you go watch those debates from just 20, 30 years ago, totally different story. They actually seemed like knowledgeable people. They weren't just bickering, fighting, tearing each other apart. And again, they were still puppets then, but now they're intentionally giving us nothing but clowns in a clown show, arguing over if somebody knows whether they're a man or a woman, when the big agendas go on behind the scene. And then, so what they're going to say at some point is, look, we can't trust this voting. We've got to do something to make sure these people are here legally or voting legally. We're going to have, Trump was big onto the real ID, and that's just part of the whole digital system, right? Where it's going to be kind of like the mark of the beast style stuff. I'm not saying that is, but you can't buy, sell, or trade or anything if you don't have this thing. Like almost everything now you have to have your phone for. But AI,
yeah, and that's actually another thing. That's actually another thing Trump says that I haven't heard Kamala say, although I'm sure Kamala would be on board with it. But remember when Trump said that we are going to implement the biometric visa entry exit tracking system. It will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. Nobody will be able to escape from this tracking system. Steve,
yeah.
or Greg?
Yeah, I kind of lost you at the end there. I heard talk about the tracking system, and yeah, I mean that's where it's going. So no matter what face they put in there, those same agendas are going to go full speed ahead.
Yeah, and you got to realize that there are psychological operations that go along with it. For example, I mean, divide and conquer is a thing, and it's a very useful recipe if you want to divide people so that you can control them. It's the same thing with the border. We have a border crisis because let's say there is a border crisis. Let's just take that as a foregone conclusion. The reason we have it is because we have governments on our side. Our own government is incentivizing people to come over here and risk their lives over 2,000 miles. The reason we can do that is because we have a central banking cartel who's actually releasing funds in the form of, monetary easing or quantitative easing. And we have these problems because we're offering them free cell phones and free food and free places to stay to the detriment of the taxpayer. So when David says we're not going to have a country if the border is not closed, look at all the drugs and prisoners coming here. You know what kind of border we need? We don't need a closed border or an open border. We need a free market border. And as long as the US government continues meddling with these geographic locations known as borders, we're not going to have a good way to go. I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, I think it's important to stay focused on the whole Hegelian dialectic and why they do these. So they bomb some countries to enforce them into other countries. They want this problem. And then the end goal is that from these crimes many ways, right? It's not just that they don't go to war for oil like I used to think, right? That it's just part of it. Some people benefit that way. And that whole pyramid structure, you can control people below you. And so many people along the way benefit in different ways. But I believe one of the main reasons they're doing this is all to get us into the world where they literally monitor. If you're wearing a Fitbit or an Apple Watch or whatever, you're already doing this. But at the point, well, they'll literally know your heartbeat at every moment. They'll know every single thing that you do or say, every action you take. And then, of course, the digital currency comes in with that. And then, like I said, AI governance. So there's going to be a time that they have planned where it's not going to be an individual. They're going to tell you it's AI that's going to govern us. And of course, who's going to program those? Who's going to dictate what that is? And so back to what I was saying with the immigration is a problem. But I think their end goal, even though they benefit multiple ways along the way, because they want us fighting, they want to destroy places, is to issue in. It's the problem, reaction, solution. We've got these problems. What's the solution? We have to have all these digital IDs, and what we have all these clowns. People can't, run this country. Look at Sleepy Joe. Everybody hates the other candidate. We need AI.
Yep. Yeah. So who are you voting for?
Yeah, the last vote I voted on was for Ron Paul long ago.
Was it in 2012? 2012 or 2012 or 2008?
2008. I was already snapped out of the whole system by 2012.
Yeah. 2008.
I'm pretty sure I was. Yeah.
2008 is when I read Creature from Jekyll Island, and I was like, wait a second. If this is true, we got a problem, Houston. We got a serious problem.
Yeah. Right.
All right, brother. Hey, thanks. I got a lot of people waiting, so I need to get to them. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on, Brian. Yeah, you too. Take care. All the best.
All right, bye. Jack, how you doing?
Feeling blessed. Thank you for bringing me up, Brian.
Hey, facts don't care about your feelings. I recognize that design. Thanks, man.
You still carry that?
I don't know. I've had shirt stores taken down. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even sell many shirts anymore.
Hey, it is where I got it. And
cool.
It's comfy and I appreciate it. I wore it in my own stuff today. I see what you're saying. Your conversation with the Trump fan, it was beautiful. The cognitive dissonance in this world, it's no joke, man. The lack of willingness to see that they were deceived. I've been through it. I used to believe in this American dream. I served in the military as a kid. And today, it's time. It's time for us, men of this land, to reclaim the governance, right? It's time for us to stop enabling selfish liars to rise. It's time for the end of wars and immediate reforms. I think the evidence of the world is undeniable.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's kind of hard to unplug, isn't it? Because there's a lot of fears out there. It's like, if I walk on this side of the track, it's a narrow road, and there might be some men with guns that come to my door to try to keep me in line again.
Well, here,
live without fear.
That's actually my branding.
Yeah, and that's kind of a hard, that's kind of, it's easy to say, but like inside, it's kind of hard to do. You got to really be in touch with what's really important in life, because if you can detach from materialism, you can have the mindset of all you can do is torture me and then kill me. Like, because if you take my stuff isn't me. You can touch me, you can harm my family, but after you do that, what else you got?
Hey, Brian, I'm living an interesting path, and I'm not promoting me, but these ideas. Our world becomes safer when government and corporate secrets are no longer legal. Behind all of these wars, behind all of the propaganda, all of the deception all around the world, it's the banker's game in this Ponzi monopoly scheme. It's got hardworking men and women working their asses off for breadcrumbs, going off, getting sent off into places of danger because some idiot in an office said, hey, yeah, we can make some profits taking over this land.
Yeah, and just to put kind of a cartoonish spin on this, when you say breadcrumbs, I was talking on a live stream last night because that day, do you ever get like a quote or maybe a song in your mind and it kind of gets stuck there, but then you start thinking, oh, that's probably there for a reason. I was thinking, what is the profit of man to gain the whole world and yet you lose his soul? And you're like, all these people are willing to sell their souls for breadcrumbs, and I kind of picture it as, oh God. Oh, this is going to give me life. Oh God, I got to vote for Trump. I got to vote for Kamala. And it's like, that's so surface and shallow. And I'm not sitting here saying I got all the answers, but I know one of the answers is ain't no good going to come from consenting to the evil actions of a psychopath who what they're going to do. They're going to lie. They're going to cheat. They're going to steal. You're actually voting to be ruled and robbed by the worst kind of human being in existence.
Amen. I didn't realize I've played all sorts of roles in my life. Grew up conservative, capitalist, then I found more tree hugging and liberal, and now I see through the charade. It's theatrics, right? That's why this celebrity nonsense, Hollywood, the whole idea of celebrity was brainwashed into people before we were born. So the United States government started out with great ideals, and it is filled with some amazing men and women. And I think we were created for a reason, to lead the rest of the world, not into corruption and extortion, but lead the world into greater freedoms. And I tell you what, if it's not me, I want someone like me or someone who can do it better than me. Let's find a way and get in front of the men and women in Congress. Remind them what honor is, what equality is, what leadership truly is. The problem of our land, I went through this and I found this in myself. People have been brainwashed into obedience. People obey things they don't actually understand simply because someone else told them it's important for you to obey. That's what came out of the whole World War II stuff. So, Brian, let's find a way. Let's get in front of these people of Congress. They invited that war criminal Netanyahu in to speak to them. So there's got to be a way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm there because I see like we're going to be, if we go to Congress and we talk to them, it's basically an AIPAC tribunal. And you're standing among people who are literally owned by this one organization. They admit it. They've got dual citizenship and it's like they're already sold out. It's like, we don't care what you have to say.
That's a possibility, but I want to hear them explain why they can't. Because here's what I know. If you take the world evidence of today, just the mere atrocities of war, let alone the issues of poverty that's in everyone's community, the homelessness, these are signs. Well, the evidence is clear. The political, economic structures, the systems that everyone relies upon and depends upon, it profits from trauma. So we've got a lot of men and women carrying around unhealed trauma. Why? Because recurring health costs and problems, those are profitable. So if the world stops lying to each other, get some of the we can start protecting the whistleblowers, the men and women involved in the corruption. When they start standing up, we can do a better job of standing up for them. And I'm telling you, the problem in our world is selfish liars have been enabled for far too long.
So I take it that they can't expect you to be voting on November 5th, Jack?
I might participate. Because of the reasons the other guy said, at least it's part of the data. but Marianne Williamson is no longer in there, and I think the only one I know of talking about peace is Jill Stein.
Yeah, but have you seen her? Have you seen what one of her policies is on her website? She wants to launch $15 trillion toward a reparations program, and she's a gun grabber.
Hey, you know what? I'm a man of peace. I took off my Veterans for Peace sweatshirt, but to put on your merchandise. But peace is my purpose. I served in the military as a young man, and I want to help protect other children from making the same mistakes that I did. So war is not the answer.
You know what? I'm gonna change that phrase. Give them bread and circuses, for they shall never revolt. I'm gonna change it to give them breadcrumbs and circuses. We don't even give bread anymore. It's just breadcrumbs, and the circus sucks. It used to be at least entertaining. Well, with Trump, it is entertaining, but you know, people are being entertained to hell.
Hey, it's wild.
I appreciate it, brother.
You got
all right, man. Take care, Jack. Interdimensional Cat is with us. What's up, Interdimensional Cat?
Oh my God! Shut the front door. Really?
Okay, shut
Can
that
you
front
hear
door. Yeah, you're letting the mosquitoes in. You got to close it.
Oh my God. I wanted to put a woman's perspective on in here. I didn't want my face on here because I'm an absolute mess cleaning up after Hurricane Milton. I had 2 feet of water in my house and half of my roof roofed off, and I'm just a mess. So,
are you in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What you got?
You have been knocking it out of the park with your interviews. I've been sharing the dickens out of them, and I just want to just commend you for being a man. We need more men like you. We really do. It's a mess. I can't even begin to tell you what I've experienced just through this past hurricane alone.
Well, share. Take 60 seconds and share it with us. What's going on?
Well, just the lack of manliness. Because I mean, I could echo what you say all day. I mean, I'm right on the same page with you, and it's caused me a lot of enemies in this little development where I live, and I've had my life threatened multiple times. I've had my house vandalized, and I'm actually like surrounded by people who have taken glory in the I don't even know what to say, the wreckage of my home. They're just so happy.
What do you attribute as the reason for you being a target?
Because I think differently, you know, because I think, I think just because I think, and I share things that, you know, people don't want to hear. You know, a lot of the things that you talk about on your, but I'm a single woman. I'm an easy target, and I'm surrounded by men who are threatening me constantly. I have all sorts of videos of this going on. But I just felt compelled to call in because I'm just so grateful that there's a guy like you that's out there that exists, and I know there's more of you, but we need more.
Have you been the object of police brutality?
I've been the object of, well, not yet, but because the manager of where I live, I caught him lying, and I've caught him on videotape lying. I'm like, I want to break into the First Amendment auditing community, but because I am single and my whole family passed, I don't have a family anymore. So there's going to be nobody to bail me out of jail. And so, you know, I have to curb myself and just kind of like video from a distance, because Lord only knows what will happen to me in there. I don't know if you've been watching Foshin, and I live in the same area as Foshin and James Madison audits, and
Yeah, I was going to ask how close you were to James Madison or the Armed Fisherman or
I'm right in
Jeff
their neck
Gray.
of the woods, and I'm dying to bump into them. But you know, right now I don't have anybody who's gonna know my name for anything to stick up for me. So I have to kind of. But I have a motorcycle cop that parks right outside of my house, like every Tuesday and Thursday, and picks people off at the stop sign that they run every day. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting, and it's taking every fiber of my being not to go out there and film these guys. But I know if I do, I will be retaliated against. I'll be thrown in a cage, and no one will ever hear from me again. I mean, they've done it. I'm a yoga teacher. They've gone and pissed off the yoga teachers of the world. I'm a massage therapist and a yoga teacher. And, you know, I watch this stuff. I've had some really crazy, I've had a $250,000 house taken from me when my mother passed away. That's what got me into this back in 2011. That's what brought me to Florida. And I was like, how did these people just take that from me? All because there wasn't a signature attached. And and that's what started me, you know, researching all this stuff back in 2011. And I found myself in, you know, an affordable area to live, and I'm surrounded by it's sort of
zombies.
I don't have
You're
a right
surrounded
word.
by zombies.
So, but I needed to take this opportunity just to thank you, because you give me the courage and the will to get up every day and continue to do it. You know, I try to think of something inspiring to say to my students when I teach, and then I come home and I'm just surrounded by the complete and total opposite. It's like living in two completely different realities. It's crazy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate your courage being out there alone. It is hard to do anything without family or some kind of support group.
Yeah, hey, if you can get me in touch with James and Foshin and all those guys, then, you know, then I can, because I'm Norwegian and Scottish. I feel like if God would have made me a man, I would be a cross between William Wallace and Ragnar Lothbrok or whatever. Because I am just so angry at what I see out there in the world, and I'm like, want to wake people up so bad, but because I'm a woman, I'm just a dumb biatch, you know. Drives me nuts.
Can you see the chat? I'm putting my contact information in there.
I'll take a look after. As you can see, I have it faced toward the sky outside.
Okay, I put it.
I really don't want anyone to see me.
That's okay. I put it in the sidebar chat, so it's in the private chat on your sidebar in StreamYard, so you should be able to see it.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
But,
hey, thank you.
Keep doing what you do, brother. For real. For real.
Thank you for encouraging us all. Hang in there.
Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I'm trying to bring, the Matrix in, but it's not letting me add to the stage. So the next one is Body of Christ. And then Joe, you're next. Okay, Body of Christ. What's up, man?
Hey, Brian, how are you?
Good. Who will you be voting for this year?
Oh, neither one. I'll be voting for my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, actually.
And why is that?
Well, I've been a Christian for over 20 years. And,
well, what I mean is, why not the people in politics that the machine wants you to vote for?
Well, everybody knows, both sides are pretty much controlled, and like everybody keeps saying it's the lesser of two evils. But as a Christian, we can't vote for anybody evil, and there really hasn't been like a president. I mean, I don't know. Like, would you say has there been a president after JFK that really tried to take a stand, or do you think he's been the last one?
I don't think even JFK tried to take a stand. I think he was controlled, and the Kennedy family is completely corrupt from top to bottom. If you look at it, a lot of people try to give him a pass by Executive Order 1110, which they say he was trying to institute sound money and get rid of the Federal Reserve. There's no indication of that. As for why he died, and there was the Bay of Pigs thing, and it looked like he was against war, but I just think all that was just a sleight of hand, dog and pony show too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, from a Christian perspective, he did get involved with Marilyn Monroe, and he was married. And it's like, like if you're a Christian and you're really going to stand by Christian values, then you got to know that if he's going to betray his wife, he's going to betray the country.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of different theories about JFK. I know there's that famous speech he made about, speaking about secret societies and, weather manipulation. So I'm guessing maybe like, he maybe tried to change, maybe he was in a really corrupted family, but then later on, maybe God started to get his attention. And then, maybe he was like kind of torn on what to do. I don't know. I mean, that's possible. But who would you say the last president was that actually tried to take a stand or make a difference?
Well, since you asked, and I have no proof of this, but it looks like the last president to try to work for the benefit of the American people and against the bankers is probably Andrew Jackson. But, even he had some major problems.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so in 2024, you would think that more Americans, especially Americans, but, of course, around the world, but, specifically Americans, would kind of be awake to this, because like you said, if even JFK or, the couple presidents after him, if even they, were already too far gone, like by now, like, do the American people really think that one side is going to be better than the other? And, the lesser of the two evils, like, do they really think that, this one person is really going to change this country around? Like, to me, it's mind boggling, but at the same time, it makes sense because you look at every other aspect of, literally you take anything, movies, banks, entertainment, a lot of things that are clear and obvious, people still can't see it, like, there's, for example, like the church buildings, like for how many years, ever since we were children, they kept saying, oh, we need to go to church every Sunday. We need to be in the church building. But by now, it should be obvious that the church buildings are a scam. I mean, look at 2020. How many churches stayed open during that? How many closed their businesses? So are they really the houses of God, or are they just businesses?
If you're asking my opinion, they seem like businesses to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when I look at charlatans like, what's his name? Kenneth Copeland. I'm not going to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. You remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Joyce Meyer and just all the prosperity preachers. I'm in Oklahoma. So, Oral Roberts and all the Oral Roberts University and all that stuff just looks so scammy to me.
Yeah. So, it does make sense that a lot of people just still can't see this because, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, we were a Christian nation for, ever since the beginning. And
I don't know about that. Did you see? I mean, if you call Christianity mixed with Freemasonry Christianity, I just call it like it seems like there would be a clear separation of that. And any attempt to dilute it creates lukewarmness, which, the book of Revelation ain't so hot about. No pun intended.
Yeah, I guess I just mean like as far as the, most of the American citizens, and specifically there was one version of the Bible that Americans got away from, and I'm sure you're familiar with the King James version, and that's another thing that has been very clear over the years that the King James version really is the authorized version, and it's very different than the new versions, and unfortunately, a lot of the American people just got away from that as well. And it's crazy to think that people think that all these versions, I don't even know how many versions there are nowadays, but it's crazy to think that people could say that every version is the word of God when literally every version is different and the meanings are completely changed. And in my experience and from what I've learned, the King James version is really the only version that makes sense. And even though there's obviously some English words that we don't necessarily use anymore, it's still, from what I understand, it's like at a 5th grade learning level. So, for the people that make the excuses, it's too archaic or it's too hard to understand. It's just not true.
Because I'm a bad moderator, I've really gone off into the weeds on the topic that we're really supposed to be talking about. But man, I appreciate it. I got a lot of people waiting in line. I would like to discuss this further. Maybe we could do a live stream where we're just talking about religion, and maybe a Muslim can try to convince everybody why you should go with Islam. A Christian can try to talk about his side of the story. But I'm going to move along. I appreciate you weighing in, though, man.
Well, could I just say, I do want to kind of tie this back, though, to this. I just want to say that I do believe that God is completely in control of this. And unfortunately, whoever does get put in there, I believe it is a judgment because us as a nation has gotten away from the Lord. And I do believe that, unfortunately, things are most likely going to get worse because the American people have just turned their backs on God. So, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, as Christians, all we could do is keep praying, keep fighting as you're doing. And if you don't mind, I just want to read one verse that kind of ties into this. It's in the book of Romans in chapter 13, verse 1. It says, "Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God."
I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
Take care.
All right, Joe, do we have our mic issues ironed out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was down at the VFW and I ran home so I could hop on the show.
Oh, dang. Okay. Hold on one second. Russell York, if you think that most of my callers are just being puppets, why don't you come on and show us how not to be puppets? That'd be great. And also, there's another guy who's sounds like he's a detractor in the chat. Why don't you come forward, man? I mean, you bring your ad hominems. Hit me with your best shot, man. It's okay. We can have a rational discussion, hopefully, from one side. Go ahead, Joel.
Hey, brother. Yeah, I mean, personally, this year I'm voting for Bigfoot, and that's because Bigfoot's never raised my taxes. Bigfoot's never tried to take my guns, and Bigfoot's never started foreign wars or sent me to foreign wars. And,
And the side benefit of voting for Bigfoot is I've heard it's a hair-raising experience.
That's what I hear. So I'm really excited for it, on November 5th. But, I'm a vet who wrote a book about just my transition from loyal soldier to peace activist. And I just don't believe in war anymore. And either party that I vote for, I'm either voting for more bombs for Ukraine to kill Russian conscripts, or I'm voting for more bombs for Israel to kill innocent people in Gaza or in Lebanon while they kill some terrorists who they're opposed to. And I'm just done with it. I'm done voting for the two parties. I'm done voting for more war. I am a man of peace, and I will stand in peace, and I will die on that hill.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Joe.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? Do you think there's a deeper meaning to voting, just other than a human being, a flesh and bones human being walking to a polling station and saying, "I'm voting for one person or the other"? Do you think there's something deeper going on there?
Not when we have a political duopoly that is basically owned by, corporations. I'm done with it. I'm just done with it. If you had a free and fair election, an actual open election where you had more than two big choices to choose from, then sure, but not in our current system. No, sir.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is I didn't hone the question properly, but I'm just saying, whether you vote or don't vote, I think there's a huge, and I can't prove this, okay? In a way I can, but in a way I can't. So it's like, we're going to take your word for it, Brian. I think there's a universal, massive thing going on with an individual, because I think individuals are truly important, and I think they're truly powerful. And one of the things that makes us powerless is to be forced into or horned into or propagandized into giving away our own internal virtue. And I think that's everything. I think if you can maintain it, it's everything. And if you give it away, it's everything. It's important on both sides. So the reason, I mean, I can only, if you follow the prescription of follow the money, they dump so many tens of billions of dollars, the RNC and the DNC, into getting people to vote. Kamala Harris wants you to vote. Donald Trump wants you to vote. The RNC, the DNC, fake news media wants you to vote. The government wants you to vote. If all these people want you to vote, there must be some greater significance other than putting this piece of paper in the ballot box. You know what I mean?
It's just they want validation to be warmongering psychopaths.
There you go.
They want validation. And I'm sorry, Brian, I got to do it, but I talk about it in my book, The Broken Mirror of Memory. Served a year in Iraq for those corporate psychopaths. And you know what they gave me? They gave me little trinkets like this.
What is that?
That's just the Iraq campaign medal. It's stupid, whatever. But
why did they give it to you? Why did you get that? Because you were there and you were involved in it? Okay.
Yeah. And you know, our unit, not on purpose, but our unit killed civilians, and I'll hold that guilt with me forever. And that's part of the reason why I wrote the book, to say, you know what? I'm done with war. I'm done with serving these masters that think they're so high and mighty that they can cause other human beings to murder other human beings. If there is a system that tells you you need to go kill your fellow human being, there's a problem. And I'm done with it. And I'm sorry, but I can't do any harm to a fellow human being. I can't do it anymore.
I would never follow up what you just said with "I'm sorry," because I totally agree with you. It's the moral right. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. I just, and that's why I wrote the book. That's why I'm going into the priesthood. That's why I'm trying my best to serve God. And I just want to be a good person, and I just want to serve my fellow man. And I don't care if I make any money off this book. Right now it's sold at cost. But I just want to get the message out there that peace is possible if we shift our consciousness.
I don't want to veer off too much into the weeds, but are you talking about priesthood? No, I was about to veer off into the weeds. Are you talking about the priesthood for the Catholic Church?
Actually the Episcopal Church, but yeah, it's pretty close. It's like,
yeah, well, just, do a little research on the Catholic Church. If you do some research on the Catholic Church and how many people they killed and all the gold that they have in the Vatican and all that kind of stuff, just take a look at it. Take a look at it.
Well, my point is, I just want to do something that serves other people. If I can just be the hands of God in the world to do compassion, then I'm happy for it. So if I have to be a simple human walking the earth, then so be it.
All right, brother. Thank you for coming aboard.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Brian.
All right, next in the queue is the Matrix. What's up, man? I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the floor.
I'm moving around driving, so I might cut out here and there. But yeah, I just wanted to thank you. Great job you're doing. Shaking people out of their foundations of the political spectrum. You've been doing a great job. A lot of good calls tonight, and a lot of people are going to, watch this, and people that do believe in that, that paradigm are going to question it, because they're seeing, regular people that, follow this stuff, and, because of things they've seen on the internet, and even like your channel, they, whoa, they changed their tune, and it's good to see, especially earlier, the young guy that was on there in his car, he was with the Q stuff.
Yeah.
And, he just recently, snapped out of it. So, I just want to thank you on that. Your street interviews at the rallies, those are always great, because you're showing what I try to tell people all the time. You're showing our neighbors, you're showing our communities, you're showing our families, our friends, people that we may be in the bed with. You're showing all these mentalities. And for me, that's one of the most important, because though we all, think the government is dangerous, the police, they're going to take this, going to take that, we have to look at, they use our fellow man to inflict tyranny upon us. So, I love when you do that. I love when people, show you know, the psychology of the masses that do partake in these events. And you know, it's just great work.
Hey, Matrix, I'm glad you mentioned that young guy, because you brought to my mind that as that guy was talking about his story, I drew a lot of strength from that. And I think we can all feed off of each other. I don't care, like, whether you're articulate or not articulate, whether you have a YouTube channel or not. When I hear that kind of stuff, it strengthens your resolve to just press on. You know what I mean? Because sometimes things can get dark and you can get real depressed about what's happening.
Right. And you know, I struggle with that, but you know, I'm sure we all do. I'm sure you do. You know, you look outside like, man, you know, what is going on? You know.
Yeah.
But you know, things that I wanted to touch on, to the shaking of people's foundation. And it's good to see a lot of people already said a lot of stuff, but a lot of people are trying to save a system that they have no clue on how it even works, how it's ran, or even what's even going on. And for me, you know, when I talk to people, I like to show that part, you know, like the whole voting thing. Okay, we all know votes don't count. Okay, and people might already went over this. One thing is we have Republicans and Democrats, right? And aren't we a republic? Right? You know that, right?
Yep.
Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're a republic. So if you have Republicans and Democrats voting for a democracy, because all of them's democracy, we need, you know, oh, Trump's going to destroy the democracy, and then Trump says he's got to save the democracy. People don't catch on to those very specific and very important words, because democracy is not what this nation is. So, in other sense, well, what is it? And that is, when you say it all the time, the corporation. Now, this is a country, a corporation, and a charter all rolled in one. We're living in the corporation. The country exists, but most of us don't live in it. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. They're going to vote, which your vote totally doesn't count. And there was one guy who came on and said that voting is, you know, what our country is found on. No, it's not at all. Voting came in later. Only landowners back in the, you know, in those times could actually vote. And, you know, this has nothing to do with racist, but it is what it is. Only white landowners could vote. So there was presidents before the voting process, and there's presidents, you know, millions of people were around, but only a few people can vote. And who was excluded? Women, indigenous people, and black people. So how does your vote count now? You know, like, people can't add these things up. You know, it should be obvious and plain that your vote doesn't count. Okay, never has, never will.
And let me press in on that just a little bit more. And Paul Unslaved, I saw you were in the back room, but then you disappeared. So if you can come back up, I definitely want to hear from you. But let me press in, Matrix, what you're saying about the voting thing, because even within their own system, voting doesn't count. We saw that in 2016, where, and I think we talked about this at the top of the show, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but the Electoral College gave it to Donald Trump. So it was the electors who actually chose the president, not the majority of the will of the people.
Exactly.
So even in that, let alone the rigging on top of the already thoroughly rigged and bought and paid for system, it's like, oh, it's a rigged election, is what you're trying to tell me. Got it.
Right. And then the Electoral College, people need to go actually study the history of the Electoral College. That goes into it's called the rotten boroughs. Okay, that's where the whole Electoral College thing comes from, is the rotten boroughs. You know, people don't know how the system even works, but want to save it and go vote. Like, totally makes no sense to me. But having these dialogues, having these conversations, people can do the research and understand where they live. That's what, you know, I try to home in on as of lately. You know, I was caught up in all the, you know, the other stuff, you know, as well, like truthing and doing all this other stuff. But the thing we should, number one, have learned was the law. because when you understand the law, you can see everything these people do through every news story, every article, everyone's up in arms over the 22-page DOD. Well, hello, that's been going on for so long. It's a continuation of what prior presidents have done, i.e., Donald Trump in 2017. He did so many things with the Department of the DOD that manifested into what we went through during 2019 to 2023. So people don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the Convid 1984 by George Orwell thing?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's something I learned the other day, and I knew this in the back of my mind, but it wasn't solidified until I heard it, and then I did a little bit of research on it. But Obama had signed an order. It was an executive order where the Pentagon was required to maintain a level of transparency where the American people would be informed on when bombs were dropped, when missiles were launched, how many, where they came from, what defense contractors manufactured those arms. And then in 2020, early 2021, I think it was March 2021, there was a memorandum laid on that Obama executive order that hid and took away the transparency. So when you look at the air power summary from the Pentagon, Trump dropped more bombs and launched more missiles than Obama, but it was even more than that because the air power summary gets cut off with that memorandum on Obama's executive order, which kind of testifies to what you're saying is this guy who is known for not starting any wars for 4 years in his first administration was actually a warmonger in chief, exactly. The likes of which even Obama couldn't ascend to.
Exactly. And he's selling this, the sovereignty, because that's what has to be taken in order to take this country down. This is what he's here. He is here to do exactly what he's doing, and it's working.
Oh, it is totally working. Yep.
It's working. I mean, the videos you did where the people said, I was blown away. They said, I don't care. Like, literally, they said about red flag laws, and they said, I don't care. I'll vote for them anyway. Like, I mean, it's totally unbelievable. How far, this mind control has went, and it goes on both sides. It goes on the Kamala side and it goes on the Trump side.
Yeah.
You have to look at the two. It's the exact same energy between the two.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the psychological operation that links them both together is if you're talking to a Kamala supporter, or you're just out there making a statement, yeah, Trump is this bad, Trump is that bad. The Trump people go, oh, so you're voting for Kamala. Exactly. If you say something against Kamala, automatically it's like there's something that clicks in the brain that goes, oh, then you must be voting for Trump. It's like, and then you have to make this disclaimer when you're talking to the Kamala people. Okay, Trump's really bad, but here's what Kamala is doing.
Exactly. I mean, I get that. I know you get that.
All the time.
I talk about Trump. Oh, you support Kamala? I'm like, no. I talk about Kamala. Oh, you support Trump. I mean,
exactly. Hey, man, I got a lot of people waiting in the queue. I got to move along because I'm kind of short on time right now. But I appreciate you calling in, Matrix. Thanks for keeping in touch.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, brother. Take care. Cesario, you're next. Cesario, how you doing, man? No audio. No audio on you. You're muted or something.
Okay, there it is. Sorry about that. Thank you.
It's all right.
I call you Brian like I know you. I don't even know you. I should call you Mr. Young, shouldn't I? I'm sorry if I being rude. I don't even know you, but I've been on your live stream a few times. And if I'm being disrespectful by calling you your first name when I don't even really know you, please forgive me.
I tell you what, call me whatever you want to call me. Just don't call me late for dinner.
I wanted to say I got on late, but what I did start hearing, I want to say this. There's no such thing as a elite scumbag. You cannot call somebody elite when they're a scumbag. So I don't know why people call them the elite. There's nothing elite about a scumbag. I got off a Zoom call with another friend. It was a book about Jews being extorted and stuff, and they called them noblemen in the book. I said the same thing. How do you call somebody a nobleman who's ripping the people off, charging high prices for land or putting them in charge of something that they won't put anybody else in charge of, like say alcohol, and then charge high prices and won't let them own land. But he's a nobleman. That's nonsense. And then we still have that today. We call these people elites. Nothing elite about a scumbag.
I don't disagree with that. That's a good. I've never even thought of it that way.
Well, yeah, I hear it too much. I start thinking they've really done a number on us with this mass psychosis, right?
And you're saying you're saying they're not elite because scumbags are commonplace, right? They're like dirt.
No,
It's
they're lower than
everywhere.
us. They're lower than us. You can't call an elite if they herd us like cattle and they get off. They sexually get off on hurting us. Hurting, I mean hurting, HURTING. Hurting or hurting, HERDING. Either way you call it.
Yeah.
They get sexually aroused because when you have all the money in the world, what else is there to do? When you print the money, like the Monopoly game rules are, that's what's telling us. What happens when the bank runs out of money? It prints it. That's what they do. So money is no object to them because money, we know that money is not in circulation anymore. So they have the federal currency, well, Federal Reserve note, which is a currency. When you can print that off like anything, then obviously money isn't their excitement. It's when they can control everybody. And then when that's not enough, they kill them. And if that's not enough, there's never an end to their sickness. It's what it is. It's a sickness. There's no end to it. So when we speak up about it, and we're onto their game, we're trying to get out of it, doing the best we can, then they say we're crazy. And even people, our own neighbors, you're crazy. Oh, you're not voting. It's worse for you not to vote than if you vote for or you don't vote for my scumbag. If you don't vote for my scumbag, it's worse for you not voting at all. So that's nonsense.
Yeah, I would like to ask somebody who's actually voting, and I think I did. The guy named Steve, I was just asking him make a moral argument for voting for somebody you know is lying to you. How do you morally vote for somebody you know is a liar, a murderer, a cheater, a thief?
Well, some of the people that you interviewed that you just posted recently, the past week where you were in Georgia, some of them actually saw the nonsense of their own words, but yet they felt that they had no other choice. Like not voting is not one of them. Nonsense. That's the great job they've done on all of us.
Yes.
To think that even if we don't vote, that's worse. Then
Right.
if I vote for evil, it's worse not to vote for anybody. We're doing a worse, we're doing a bigger crime by not voting at all. That's nonsense. But so it's going to take some time, and maybe it'll never happen where we'll get most of the people on the side of not voting at all.
Besides that, let's say that they aren't psychopaths and they aren't evil and they're not dangling from the strings of central bankers. How are they going to represent you and me and 330 million people in the United States? That is an impossibility. You can't serve the needs of all these people unless all you're going to do is protect their rights and nothing else. And that's not what happens.
Well, that's the whole reason of democracy. 2 wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner. That's the only way it's going to work. I'm going to throw you into the pile, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
That's the only way it's going to work with their system. And of course, me, you, Paul Enslaved, and a lot of other people, even the ones who we can catch in their own words, they finally realize, wait a minute, what I'm saying is actually dumb. They don't say that, but the look on their face when you busted them. And the interviews you did when you were in Georgia, they even realized, wait a minute, what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. So, but we're trying. And I wanted to say there is a guy on the internet called Chomsky, and he said, and he has several videos. It says crimes of U.S. presidents. And the first question was asked, what about JFK? He said he's one of the worst. And then he goes on with all the rest, all the way back to, I think, George Washington, all of them. And I've gone on your live stream before, and I said about that girl who said all of the presidents except for one, I forgot which one it was, who's not related, but all of them are related. So if the camel toe isn't related, she's not going to be selected on Tuesday, or they already have a winner. We just don't know who it is, or a selection. They already have a selection. And if the camel toe is not related, she's not going to be president. So when Obama said when he was younger, Trump or somebody else said, oh, Obama said he was going to be president someday. Well, yeah, because he's related to them. Of course he's going to say that, and he was going to be correct. So that's the fantasy too, that, oh, a black man can be president. No, you can't. Not unless you're related. And he's not a black man. He's a white man, just in dark skin. And what's her name? She's not a real black woman. She's a woman of color. That's legit. But a black woman, that's a lie. And she tells all the little girls, if you can be like me, if you just do what I do, oh yeah, like have, let's say it very nice then, very nice. If you have all the boyfriends in City Hall of Frisco, or you can maybe be president, maybe, if you have a lot of boyfriends. I'm being nice. You know what I'm saying?
Wheels up, heels up, right?
Right. Yeah. Hey. If you told all the little girls that, then let's see how great that message would come out. But that's not what she says. If you do what you work hard and you can be just like, yeah, right. That's a lie.
Well, Cesario, I appreciate it, man. I'm going to get to some other people. Thanks. Always a good time talking to you.
All right. Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, brother. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, will you stand for Fake Mike Real News?
Let's have a moment. Let's get everyone standing. All right, I just want to say a couple quick things. First of all, Brian, shout outs to you, man. I actually did a live stream the other night, which I've since took it down, but and shout outs to Right the Matrix. And I know Right the Matrix personally. Everyone should go check him out. He's a really good dude. He actually really does things. Couple things before I just really get into the topic of voting. My main gripe, which I did a video on the other day, is the same thing I'm noticing on your show and everywhere and I can get into a theory about that maybe another time on why and how they did this, but now it's cool, it's punk rock, it's counterculture to be a Trump supporting Christian. I heard another caller say America was a Christian nation. If anybody wants to go look up the Treaty of Tripoli, America was never a Christian nation. And then even if you make the argument that America was indeed a Christian nation, I think it disappears from being a Christian nation when you base your nation on genocide. So it's definitely not a Christian nation. And then my gripe is also, it's like all these truthers out here, everyone's like, oh, I don't trust the media. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the Democrats, the Republicans. I don't trust Hollywood. But, this group of pedophiles that passed along this story about Jonah being in a whale from thousands of years ago, that's absolutely true. And I think that's one of the problems, too, is people are just complacent. And I'm just going to be, I don't care about waking people up or being a truther. I'm just going to be a conservative and believe in Jesus and treat people the opposite of Jesus, if he even existed. So I think the two biggest things, voting, sure, if you're voting and they're like, hey, do you want to pay an extra $500 billion so the Dallas Cowboys can get a brand new high-definition digital stadium, your vote may count then. I'm not saying not to vote, but we can't vote out the CIA. We can't vote out the Federal Reserve. They don't give us good options in the first place. Voting is never going to save us. Voting will never, ever, 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 ever make a difference. Like Mark Twain says, don't vote, just encourages them. And then we have to examine ourselves more, because it's just really irking me that I felt like people like you, people like Right the Matrix, and all the other people like Jordan Maxwell and David Icke and all these other people were really, with the new printing press, the internet, waking people up. And now it's like everyone's like, don't worry, Trump is going to save us from the deep state as long as I pray to Jesus hard enough.
David Icke is not saying that, right?
No, and I will give David Icke credit, as much as I don't necessarily believe him about the reptilians, although right. in his defense, there's more evidence of or at least just as much evidence of reptilians shape-shifting and running the world as Jesus Christ even existed, let alone created miracles. But I have to say this about David Icke. He's on X routinely calling out people like, hey, Jordan Maxwell. Hey, David Icke. Hey, Joe Rogan. Hey, Candace Owens. Why? When are you going to stop licking the ass of Elon Musk? And it's like, oh, yeah, Elon Musk, the guy that wants to brain chip us, who's never invented or innovated anything in his entire life,
Yeah.
who's silencing journalists. Yet, don't worry, him and Trump are going to save us. I feel like we may even be in worse position than we were 5 or 10 years ago, because I felt like people were waking up, and I feel like they've just placated us with this Trump and Christianity stuff, man. It's really bad. And the crazy shit is, like, once you get into Christianity, it's like you can't tell nobody nothing over that. Same thing with the Donald Trump supporter. And don't get me wrong, I'll also say Kamala Harris is a total piece of trash as well too. She covered up for pedophilia. I mean, I can go on and on, but I mean, we're not gonna change this thing by like voting every 4 years. It's not gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, if voting if voting worked, I mean, I know it sounds cliche, but if voting worked, they definitely wouldn't let us do it. I mean, they didn't even want us to have alcohol back in the 1920s. They didn't want us to have pot when they did the war on drugs, and they don't want us to do things for our own bodies. Why would they give us the power to do something that actually could effectuate change and carve out more rights and freedoms for us? It's just not how the system works.
And I know you've got a lot of people. I just want to say one more thing. I think if we're, I mean, whatever label they want to give us or we put upon ourselves, someone like you, other people that are trying to, as Right the Matrix says it, shake people, wake people. If you really care about people and you really want to change the world, the number one cause of death, the number one cause of rape, the number one cause of pedophilia, by orders of magnitude, by leaps and bounds, is government. So instead of voting, we need to, every time we're saying something political or whatever, we need to take a step back. And I'm not trying to castigate you. I'm pointing the finger at myself, right? And all the so-called truthers out there, we got to stop talking about this shit, because it's like we're even giving it credit by being like, whenever someone brings up government, be like, that's the number one killer of everybody, everything. Police have out-killed murderers. They've out-stolen the robbers. They've out-separated children from them pedophiles.
Right. I agree, but I don't understand what you're saying. Stop talking about it. What do you mean? Stop exposing it?
Not you. It's like I'm not saying you. I'm saying this to everybody. I think the most important topic should be bringing the idea of voluntarism to people.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be the biggest thing, and also exposing the government for what it is. So I just wanted to say that, and please, guys, there's no evidence that Jesus Christ even existed, let alone create miracles. He's not going to save you. Musk is not going to save you. Kamala, Trump, none of these people are going to save you. And then speaking about censorship, the only people that Musk will censor, that Joe Rogan will censor, that Alex Jones will censor, they're the anarchists. They're the voluntarists. They can let you say all this other stuff. That's the most important thing. If you guys really care about human life, you will be a voluntarist and speak out about the evils of government. Brian, I really appreciate you never giving up. And I want to give a shout out to my friend Caesar, who watches your content regularly, bro. Every time I see him, I'll jump in the car with him. We'll have a few beers. Brian's on the screen. I'm like, how do you know Brian? I'm like, so Brian, you're having a great effect, man. Keep it up. And guys, share the video. And Brian, one last question. How can people find your other content, and what's the best way to donate to you? Because last I checked, you didn't have the Koch brothers or Soros or these big pharma companies supporting you. So how can I give you a donation, and how can I help you, Brian?
It's probably in the description of the video. Just Cash App, or I don't know. The best way to donate to me is just like and share the videos. I mean, if you want to throw me a bone or two, I got a Cash App. I think I don't even remember what it is. I don't know. At high impact donate. I don't even remember. I don't know. But thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Okay, Russ York. Russ, are you the one who said I can't handle your truth? How's it going, Russ?
Yeah.
Okay. What truth can't I handle?
No, the reason why I said a lot of them are puppets is because you were bagging on Trump the other day pretty harsh, and you lost quite a few subscribers to the point you made a video saying like, hey, don't unsubscribe from me, just tell me what's up. Well, I think they
Wait.
Let's clarify, brother.
Wait. Let's clarify that. I don't care if you make it sound like I was saying, no, please don't unsubscribe. It was very sarcastic.
You exactly did say.
It was very sarcastic. So if you took it a different way, you took it wrong.
You've been sarcastic to 3/4 of the people you've talked to. That's why I said they were puppets, because everyone that said they were going one way or the other, you kind of said, well, they're both horrible. And I get it. I agree with that. But you can also see that 80% of the world, maybe not the world, but the country is for Trump. And I am too. I'll admit that, because even though, like you said, he might have dropped a couple bombs, he's kept us out of every war. He's got tariffs to get our economy back. If you're one of those people that say Kamala is the better of the two evils, open your eyes, man. Like, how horrible is that lady, man? Like, at
Russ, have
least
I said
Trump
that?
has done a great job for us. He loves America. People are saying he had ketchup on his ear. Get a helmet, man. Like, that's all BS.
So were you for Operation Warp Speed?
To be honest, you know what? I don't watch news. I don't follow a lot of politics, and to be honest, I watch you more than anybody. And I still think highly of you. I admit I unsubscribed from you like months ago, not the other day, because you said some really nasty stuff, and I wrote you a letter saying why I thought I didn't think I liked you, because right now, that guy, I don't care what anybody says. I'll look you square in your eyes and say, I think that guy loves this place more than probably you and I do. The guy is a billionaire. He don't have to do this. Why is he doing this? Why is he trying so hard to fight for America? Everyone that's been talking crap and down on him, they're wrong. And okay, cool, I could be wrong too. I don't think so. And I don't think 80% of America knows what's up too. I mean, you got everybody everywhere, nothing but Trump everywhere that dude goes. You get one dude from Kamala or Waltz, and they're booing him, heckling him to the point he's flipping off college dudes because he's that weak-minded.
So you're saying that you are going to vote for Trump,
Absolutely.
but you don't know anything about Operation Warp Speed?
Again, I just told you, dude, I don't follow politics, and I'm a war veteran. I've been to prison for marijuana. Since I got out, I've been a single father of 3 children. I'm part of a very small 1% of people that could do what I've done. I've owned a business now for the last 5 years. I'm, in fact, driving to go buy parts for my business right now as we speak, go back to go to work. You know, I'm a
So
hardworking American, man. Like, I blood, sweat, and gave everything I had for this country.
So if I told you that the biggest power and wealth transfer was done under the oversight and signature of Donald Trump, that wouldn't disturb you at all?
Not really, because here's the truth of it, Brian. You don't know squat what goes on beneath the closed doors. Neither do I. You only know what you're told by the media and the masses. We truly don't have a clue what goes on.
What if
That's
Trump
the
told us,
truth.
what if Trump told us that he signed the biggest power and wealth transfer in the history of mankind?
You know what? I know there's a lot of things that could be said negative about him, but I look at it like this. You can't please everybody all the time. You know that.
Well,
He's
we're
going to make
not.
some people unhappy, but you know what? 80% of America right now, I mean, he definitely got the popular vote. Look where he goes. Look how he rolls.
Well,
I
you
mean,
made a statement that I'd like to address. You said that you think that Donald Trump loves America more than you or I. Well, is it really loving America when the warrant you signed, the death warrant you signed for America, led to 32% of Americans losing their businesses?
how so?
The CARES Act, $6.2 trillion with one signature, in addition to $8.4 trillion of transgenerational debt slavery. If he cares about Americans so much, why did he put them on the central banking hook for almost $15 trillion in 4 years?
To be honest, Brian, I'm not going to sit here and argue with something that I don't know about. I mean, that would be foolish of me. I
What do
do
you,
know what I can see with my eyes. I've been alive for 49 years in this world. I know when he was a part of our economy, we did great. I did great.
how do
That's
you
when
know
I
it wasn't
started
under
my
Obama?
business.
There's a 2.5 year lag effect, right? So the first 2.5 years of Trump's presidency are attributed to Obama. The first 2.5 years of Biden's presidency are attributed to Trump. So if inflation came under Biden in the first 2 years, it's because of what Trump's policies initiated through the central banking cartel called the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, you know, I mean, people could argue that. I mean, there's polls for everything. I can
No,
go
it's
out
not.
and
It's not polls. It's
ask
just
some people around my town and tell you I got a poll says something completely different than what you just told me. I
yeah, but you
mean,
don't understand. Do you see the irrationality of what you're saying? You're saying that I'm getting my news from mainstream media when I'm telling you that Trump says he signed a $6.2 trillion stimulus package. That was the biggest single spending bill in the history of the world, not just the United States. And what it did was it transferred wealth from the American people to the big bankers, to big pharma, and to the corporations.
is that when they gave up that big thing to the bankers? Is that what you're talking about when that
It's
happened?
no, it's called the CARES Act. You're talking about the TARP bailout from 2008 with Obama.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry, I was a few years off. No, again, like I said, I mean, I'm pretty ignorant to the politicking. Reason why I said a lot of them were puppets, like I said, was going back to the one lady that just basically said fluff to you, and she was real nice. And then the next guy said, "Oh, Jesus, I'm voting for Jesus." I'm like, why didn't you tell that guy, hey, Jesus isn't on the ballot, knucklehead? You know, like we don't have time for this retarded stuff. Excuse me, this silly stuff. Sorry.
That's
But I
okay.
mean that
So let me ask you a question, Russ. What is the main reason you're voting for Donald Trump? Because you think that he loves America?
no, because Kamala and the other side, I mean, I think if you think that's the right way, you are completely blind in the world because the Biden the Biden group, the Kamala group, the Barack group, they've done nothing for us. Like at least when Trump was there, he started getting people back over to our country. He's doing things to help like stimulate things. Like the only reason we kind of went towards the downhill was because of the COVID happened when he got out of office. But I mean, look what they did. Most people know that they did some weird rigging. I mean, like the government is the most corrupt. You even know that. You admit that. I mean, we're if we could have everything we wanted, I would agree. I mean, right now we've had people like the two worst candidates that people could go out and find under a rock, and that's who they give the American people to pick. And we're tired of it. We're
Do you
tired
do
of
you
it. I'd rather let some guy from Walmart that everyone thinks is a great person, let that dude get a try or something. But I'm tired of just the corrupt, the government's going there 12 o'clock midnight signing laws into effect when no one even knew, hiding stuff,
well
all that kind of stuff.
let's try to get back on the rails and stay with objective things. Do you have a lot of respect for Bill and Hillary Clinton?
No, I have zero respect for
Do you
them
know that the
guys.
guy you're do you know that the guy you're voting for has a lot quote, I got a lot of respect for Bill and Hillary Clinton. And
Yeah,
then
and you know what? You also said I'm mad at that guy for not locking her up. When you know what? He explained to the world exactly why he didn't lock her up. I mean, he
and
told the
you
world.
bought it. You know why he said he didn't lock her up, right?
He said because it would look bad to put another president's wife in jail. And you know what? I can
What?
respect that. Look how bad it was for the world putting him in there. He has 34 felons now, and the American people said, we don't give a crap how many felons he has. What does that tell you? So maybe they shouldn't have locked him up and used the judicial system as a weapon?
Do you want a nationwide biometric visa entry exit tracking
Absolutely
system?
not. And
Do
I'll
you,
say this too. I don't want the one thing you said you don't like about him is the red act of the whatever that's called. You
the
said where
red
he
flag
wants.
law?
Yeah, I don't want that. I mean,
Well,
I admit to you, I'm a felon and I'm all for guns. You know, people need to defend themselves, me included.
well, I don't think you're a felon. If you did something bad in the past and you've amended your ways, you're not currently a felon.
Oh, I've since 2008. Like I said, I did 2 years. I went there. I got caught with 500 pounds of weed, which was a lot. I admit it. I was abusing the system. I did have the medical marijuana, but again, I abused it. So I mean, I made my bed and I lied in. I did my time, but you know what? I got out, did the right thing, became a really good dad. Always have been a good dad, I should say. But because when I was gone, my ex-wife of 20 years at the time decided to use methamphetamines when I was gone, and when I got back, you know, I just didn't have my wife no more. Needless to say, I became a single father for about 10 years till all three of my kids are out of the house on their own now.
Well,
You
let me
know,
just say,
so
let me get, I got to get back on the track of what this
yes, sir.
video is
Yes, sir.
about.
Yeah,
You
you got
said
a lot of people to talk to.
well, no, but let me just close out with you said in the chat that I can't handle the truth. It sounds like the person who can't handle the truth and doesn't want to come to the knowledge of the truth is you, because I haven't
What
even
part of the truth don't I want to come to? I'm more gangster than anybody you know, brother.
in what regard?
Life. You called me out to call you up. I called you up. So you
Okay,
know what?
well,
Like what are you saying that I you know, like call me out on what you want to call me out on?
it sounds
Everything
like
I said has been pretty basically common sense.
it sounds well, it's not common. It's not common morality to vote for a person who clearly transferred more wealth from the American people to big pharma and the corporations with one signature. Donald Trump is the king extraordinaire. You can't think it's a light thing that $8.4 trillion was hung on the backs of every single human being, including the unborn human beings, for the next 500 years. You can't think that it's a light thing to vote for somebody who's for red flag gun confiscation laws, sitting next to Diane Frankenstein saying, I like take the guns first, due process second, and criminalizing 1 million Americans who own bump stocks. You can't
Okay,
think
but
that's a good
your
thing.
advice is to vote for no one, and what will that get us?
My advice is for you to hold on to your integrity. If you're gangster, hold on to your integrity and don't
And
let
do
them.
what? And then don't vote. And then okay, what do we do when we don't vote? Everyone else is
Then
going to vote.
then we can. Yeah, but when they drop a bomb, it won't be in your name. When they steal more money from the American people, it won't be in your name. That counts for everything.
Yeah, but
Everything.
I think Trump did us right though, brother. I really
Really?
do. Like you said, he had 60 something bombs or
Okay.
40 something bombs dropped, but he kept us out of all wars. He kept everyone else out of
Tell
wars.
the Syrians and the Yemens that and people in Gaza that he kept them without wars. Do you know proxy wars are done on behalf of the United States through the power and might of Israel, right? You know that stuff happens. You know proxy war just
Like this is the part where just make me president and I'll get rid of all the nastiness. You know what? See, you can't make nobody happy. If I truly said I want world peace tomorrow, I'm going to piss somebody off.
if you became president tomorrow, you would change and become a different person, and power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You don't want the ring. You don't want
100%.
you don't want the ring of power, man.
Money doesn't buy happiness either.
Russ, I really appreciate you coming on board, man. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Well, God bless you. I truly believe in the Lord. God bless you. Thank you for all you and your fans. Like I said, Brian, keep doing good. You know, like I said, I think you're an awesome soul, and keep rocking, brother.
Love you, Russ. Take care. I know this man named Boston. I have met this person.
Yeah,
If you
can you hear me?
Yeah. If you guys don't know who Boston is, go ahead and start talking, Boston. I'm gonna play a clip of when I
go
talked
for
to you over there at that Trump rally. Go ahead. What you got in your mind?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to come up here, see how you're doing. There was people in the comments of that video saying that they should have me on your show. So I saw you're doing a call in, so I figured, all right, cool, it's a great opportunity to come up here.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. So basically, I am the executive of this new party that came out called the American Communist Party. Now it sounds scary on the surface, but as Brian rightfully points out, the media is lying about the banks, they're lying about the two-party system, they're lying about the Democrats, the Republicans, etc. And so all I believe in is just very simply giving the government back to the people. Now, communism is of course a scary word because you have all these crazy woke leftist communists who are, just saying all this crazy stuff, trying to take away people's property, trying to take away people's guns, trying to take away people's land. But the fact is that these type of communists, these woke communists, are already in power. So what I believe in, and what the American Communist Party believes in, is this different type of communism that has been seen historically, right? So historically, with the Soviet Union or China, which are some of the most lied about countries in the world, just like the media lies about Trump, they also, of course, lie about Stalin. They, of course, lie about Mao. These are people that lifted their countries up and, gave power back to the people. So yeah, you can go ahead and show the clip here.
No, go ahead. Keep talking. I don't want to break your train of thought.
Okay, sure. So yeah, I mean, to put it very simply, the communism part just very simply means, as I say in this video, commonwealth, common prosperity, the well-being of the working class. And that's what it was about historically. You look at these communist countries historically, they were socially conservative. They believed in traditional family values. Nothing like this crazy woke leftist stuff that we see today. And of course, one of the biggest things is that they say, communism killed 100 million people. They say that it threw people in gulags. And of course there were gulags. Of course it was harsh. But the reality is that these countries were absolutely poor. They had nothing. They were being destroyed and pillaged by these big bankers, foreign bankers. In the case of Russia, they were being looted by the French bankers. In the case of China, you had the opium wars with Britain. Everybody was being addicted to drugs. Even Trump himself came out and actually praised China for their drug policy, saying they have quick trials, People are thrown in jail. They're jailed and executed, off the streets. While in our system, we have the most incarcerated people in the world, yet half of the people in there don't belong in there. The people who really belong in jail are these big elites that are tyrannizing us today.
So, I mean, there's so many questions here, and it's kind of out of the purview of this video. I'd like to have maybe a long form discussion with you, but are you going to vote or no?
No. I'm not going to vote. I actually really liked what you said about how us not voting is basically our name is not in the genocide. Our name is not in the stealing of the tax dollars or the hurting of the American people. So yeah, I don't believe in voting for the two-party system. Like I said, I'm a part of this new party called the American Communist Party.
In your opinion, what is the best argument for not voting? If you were going to try to convince somebody, and I'm not really sitting here saying, yeah, you should vote or you shouldn't vote. I just tell people, here's why I vote. Here's why I don't vote. And here's how I see it. This is why. These are the reasons. So what are your specific reasons? Give me the hardest hitting ones.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing is that both candidates are complicit in a genocide, right? In Gaza today. So I wouldn't vote for anyone who supports a genocide.
Which, by the way, did you see what Bernie Sanders said yesterday?
Yeah. No, I did say that he's begging people to vote for Kamala. It's ridiculous.
If you guys haven't seen it, you've got to pull up the Bernie Sanders video. It's on his YouTube channel. It's within the last 24 hours, and he tells people why he's voting for Kamala Harris, in spite of the fact that she and Joe Biden are leading a genocide in Gaza through Israel. But go ahead, Boston. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that it's very clear. Like even Bernie himself, back in the 90s, he was supporting the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, right? And so even back then, he was supporting NATO bombing the last socialist country on earth. Now, of course, I have critiques of Yugoslavia, but that's besides the point. Bernie is completely sold out, bought and paid for by the elites, just like the rest of the Democratic and Republican Party is.
Totally. So give me your top reasons for Boston's reasons for not voting.
Yeah. So like I said, they're complicit in a genocide. No matter who wins, our tax dollars are still going to be stolen from us. They're still going to go to the military-industrial complex. They're still going to fund all these wars, right? Land is still being bought up by the elites. Multinational corporations are still screwing over the American working class. So it doesn't matter who's in power, right? Kamala says, we're going to tax the rich. But how can you tax the rich when the rich are the ones who are in power, right? They're not going to even allow you to do that, right? So it's just ridiculous. It's all yip yap. It's all talk.
People are asking where they can find you. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do not have a YouTube channel, but I do have a Twitter. We have official accounts. You can go on our website, acp.us. And on Twitter, it's at ACP Maine. Personally, I'm the Georgia executive, so you can find at ACP_Georgia on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, and if you want to look at affiliated platforms that are affiliated with ACP, I would recommend checking out Jackson Hinkle. He's probably the most famous guy in our circle on Twitter, Jackson Hinkle. And he's been telling the truth about the genocide going on in Gaza and a lot of other things. And I know a lot of people will say like, oh, you got to study history, this and this, you got to look at the truth. But that's the thing, like, you really think the school system is telling you the truth about history? I mean, you look at J.D. Rockefeller, for example. When he made all of his money after he sold off his companies, right? His monopolies weren't broken out. That's when he made all of his money. He invested all of his money into the healthcare system, the pharmaceutical industry, and the education system, right? So all of this education we see, you have a culture for Congress of freedom. You have the CIA, the universities. I mean, they're all being controlled by the elites. So you have to question the history that they teach you in school about the history of communism. You have to really question the history. And especially, too, to do your own research, I would recommend everyone, read anti-communist books. I read them, of course. But look at the primary sources. Look at where are they getting this information from. When they say that, oh, Stalin killed all these people. Okay, where's the evidence for that, though? And that's what we need to look into. Look in the evidence, look for the primary sources. I would recommend a good historian, Grover Furr. He actually does this. He precisely goes to the primary sources and completely debunks a lot of the anti-communist propaganda. So that's a good historian if you guys want to read some books.
Yeah, see, that is one of the questions that I have is I'm not a believer in history. Actually, history is like a religion because you got to believe it. You're completely at the mercy of whoever wrote that history book, and usually history is written by the victors. And if you look at FDR sitting with Stalin, sitting with Churchill, a case can be made that Churchill and FDR was just as wicked as who they claim Stalin was. So there's so many questions to ask. And then when you say, well, I'm going to like, who was the guy you just mentioned?
Well, the only reason why I mentioned Grover Furr was because he actually goes to the primary source. Half his books are just sources. It's just the evidence of where he actually gets these claims from.
Right.
So,
and then you got to wonder, is the source corrupted? It's like, how far down that rabbit hole do you actually have to go to get to the answer? And then when you find what you think is the answer, is it really the answer? You know?
yeah, I mean, I think a short answer to that would be how, you know, let's say the majority of the anti-Stalin lies, for example, come from Khrushchev, right? And Grover Furr has a book called Khrushchev Lied. So Khrushchev, after Stalin died, had a famous speech, his secret speech, where he basically made up all these lies about Stalin. Well, what Grover Furr does, he goes through each one of these claims and he looks, okay, where is the evidence that Stalin committed this crime, right? For example, the first one is the so-called cult of personality, right? Saying that, oh, Stalin was perpetrating this cult of personality. Well, if you look at the evidence, though, Stalin was constantly trying to fight against his cult of personality. He actually tried to step down from office like 3 times. And the party loved him so much, they didn't let him step down, right? So this is what I mean by evidence. You can also look at the fact that they tried to change the name of the capital, Moscow, to Stalinodar. But because Stalin was so much against this cult of personality that formed around his name, he declined that and said, no, we're going to keep it Moscow. So there is evidence, and we can actually look into primary sources to debunk a lot of these claims that are being made by mainstream historians and academics. Like,
yeah, and there are mixed reviews for you in the chat, because I think that communism is a buzzword. But here, I like to keep things simple, okay? Because people criminalize capitalism, and then people are saying, well, you're not really identifying capitalism. It's crony capitalism, which is corporatism. And then you have
socialism for the rich.
What's that? Yeah, and then you have socialism, Marxism, communism. But I mean, I like to distill it with, if there is a wealth redistribution scheme under the umbrella of a centralized power called a government, I would say that that would be inherently evil, because there's nobody who's got a higher claim over your life and property than you. And the moment somebody thinks that they do, and they can be your ruler, and then they can rob you and call it taxation, it doesn't make it right. That's how I view it. But I mean, we can save that as a conversation for another day. But man, I appreciate you coming in. I got to get with the other people, but let's keep in touch. Okay.
Yeah. Let's keep in touch. Where can I get into contact with you?
Contact at highimpactflix.com. It's a link that's in under all my videos.
Okay. Yeah. Cause I tried messaging you on Facebook.
Yeah, I don't get those. There's just so many. I've got so many avenues for contact that I just get covered up real easy.
All right. So where is the best place that I could reach you?
Contact at highimpactflix.com. That's my email address, and I'm slow in answering it, but just put in the subject line who you are.
All right, I got you.
All right, brother. All right, take care.
All
right, Brushfire is in. Brushfire, what's going on?
A totally different truck. Real.
Brushfire Sean.
No, the guy had a hook lift too. Jimmy just didn't want to buy it. Hey, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 sec, Brian. Let me. I got a customer here. Hold on 1 sec. I'll get right back with you.
Okay, I'm gonna move along. I'll come back to you. All right. Carmine, you're up. Carmine, are you there? Carmine. Okay, Carmine has 2 links. Let's see. Let's remove this one.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Carmine?
Yeah.
I got you.
Let me see. Is my mic off?
No, I can hear you. No, I have 2 of you in the backstage.
There you go.
There we go.
I think that's better. Okay. How you doing?
Good. You got to turn your volume down because I'm getting reverb from me.
Yeah. Is that better? Is that good there?
Let's see. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yep.
Oh, okay. Let me turn that off. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah. What's up, James Freeman? Thanks for showing up.
I can barely hear you. There's James Freeman, buddy of mine over there. I'm actually his supervisor. So if you have any complaints about James Freeman, you can go ahead and let me know now. But anyways, how you? I can't hear you. That's why I had the other one up. I don't know what's going on here. That's why I had this one up just a touch.
Oh, maybe they're here. Let me kick it from the studio.
I can't hear you.
Okay, how about now? Is that better?
I got this one here. I don't know, but anyways, I've been a long supporter of you since day one, and I do agree with a lot of. I mean, as long as I have the other one up, I can hear you a little bit. So, okay. So I agree with you, 95% of the time, which is pretty good because I don't agree with anybody, not even myself half of the time. But some of the stuff you say about Trump, like you said, he was for red flags. He did say that, but he didn't say for all people. He said the ones that are known, that are just known for doing bad stuff. Somebody with
Yeah, he said
with
those
charges
are,
already is what I'm getting at.
he
Stuff
said
like that with
he said
mental issues and stuff like that.
he said
Not
those
for
who are,
everyone.
he said those who are adjudicated to be a danger to themselves or to others, but it applies to everybody. That's how red flag laws work.
Those are adjudicated to be a danger. It applies to everybody. No, somebody has actually asked him. I'm looking for the video. I can send it to you, but he wasn't talking about everybody. Now, the only thing that I can say is I don't like how he took the bump stocks away. That was ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing ever anybody could have done. But Kamala is a lot worse in every way you can think of. Biden, she's Biden 2.0.
Give me an example of how she's worse. Hey, Carmine, can you call back? Because there's no way. I want to have a conversation with you.
It's I can't. You're like it's lagging really bad. I don't know what's going on. You're on this one, but this one. I'll try to call back and see.
Okay.
But I do appreciate your time and all the stuff you do out there. But I think that maybe you should do a little bit more 100% investigating on there to see what the truth is, because I know that for sure is on when Trump was saying that, and there's other issues. But if you don't vote, then you shouldn't have anything to say because you're not part of it. If you don't vote, you're not part of it.
Yeah, I definitely want to have a conversation with you on this, but you got to call back because we can't have a conversation like this. But let's talk.
Vote green, vote whatever, those other ones then.
All right, we got to talk. You got to call back. All right, Roundtable Media, you're up. What's up, Roundtable?
Oh man, caught me right in the middle of this. I was going to try to finish grout, and I'm going to try not to work while I'm talking. But can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, Roundtable Media. We're just firing up our podcast here this Friday or Saturday, so I'm excited about that. But you can find it on the YouTube. So I really am I'm a Christian. I'm a libertarian. I have been a Christian libertarian. I was a big Ron Paul guy. And so I've been very aware, I've been studying deep state for about 16 years, been very aware of the manipulation of our government. I mean, while we exist in really some of the best system of government, because it's drawn from scripture, we've seen the most poison, the most coups, the most upset, where we get to have our fingers in every other thing. We got to try to build empire. It's very frustrating to watch. And in my lifetime, I've seen so many presidents, just come and go, and stuff just continues not to change. I lost video. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. You got the floor.
Yeah, so jump in there, because I've just been listening to everybody. For one, I thought that was a little sophomoric for somebody to say there's no evidence of Jesus living. We can get into that. I've got Christianity Conquers Atheism on Facebook. Anyone who wants to jump in there, we have a lot of fun. But I've done a lot of street ministry. I've been for Christ alone. And I've worn the sticker, I vomited instead of I voted, And we've seen just the ability of the wicked powers within our government to totally malign everything good, everything noble, everything free that we've been given, drawn directly from Scripture. And all that was written down by our founding fathers. Clearly, they alluded to the freedom that we had from God over and over and over again. But, you know, now we have a nation that has rejected that, and everybody thinks that's silly, and everybody thinks that, you know, we're animals, we're creatures, but we can actually reflect the nature, the person, the image of God. That's why I would call you an image bearer, Brian. We are image bearers, and that we can reflect him. Now, dog can't do that. Monkey can't do that. Anyway, I have thrown in a bit with the Trumpster, and I just want to give a few things, because I agree with a lot of what's being said, but we have a problem with the American nation being created.
Let me get a clarification. I know we probably got like a 2-second lag, but clarification is you're saying you're going to vote for Trump this year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your best case if you were going to convince somebody to do likewise? What is your best case scenario for that?
The deep state was exposed trying to kill him. So, I mean, that's not I guess the best in the world, but just because I like that he makes the Illuminati pissed off, but he has embodied, he has began to embody, it seems like, some of the things that we all love, and, you know, those of us that actually fight for freedom. What is that? Abolishing the Fed? I mean, he's hinting at it. What do you think about that when he said he's not going to tax overtime or tips, and that the IRS is a problem? I mean,
well, he can say that, but he had 4 years to abolish the IRS, to institute sound money system, and get rid of the Federal Reserve, and to get rid of the income tax, when he didn't do it. It's talking points. Trump has proven himself time and time again to be a liar. He doesn't tell the truth, just like Kamala Harris doesn't tell the truth. Nothing that any one of these, none of, you know, first of all, he campaigned on two main things. I'm going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. He didn't. I'm going to put Hillary in jail because she's crooked and she's evil. He didn't. Not only that, 4 weeks ago now, he said that he protected Hillary Clinton because he thought it would look bad for America to put the wife of a former president in jail, which is ridiculous, because that tells me he has no heart for justice. If there was ever an evil person that was walking on this planet, it would be Hillary Clinton. She definitely deserves the longest time in jail with, you know, no opportunity for parole.
You ever look at that Real Raw News? Okay.
Yeah, let me ask you this question, though. If Trump is not deep state, then why did he put more deep state puppets into his cabinet than Obama did in his? And I can give you examples. If you want.
Go ahead. Yeah, what are the names?
Steve Mnuchin, Goldman Sachs lifer, and absolute globalist and worker for Disney, who perverted a lot of things for a bunch of people, including kids. He made him the Treasury Secretary. Mike Pompeo, CIA asset, made him the Secretary of State. Mike Pompeo is quoted as saying that he thinks that Julian Assange should be put to death for exposing the military-industrial complex because he gave away national security secrets. We've got Wilbur Ross, who was a member and is an employee currently of Rothschilds, Inc. Donald Trump was bailed out by Rothschilds, Inc. back in the 1990s when he got upside down with Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. And the employee for Rothschilds, Inc. was Wilbur Ross. 25 years later, Donald Trump fills the swamp with Wilbur Ross, deep state Zionist, who bailed him out back in the 1990s. And that's just scratching the surface. We haven't even talked about John Bolton, who he ended up firing. But when he hired him, he knew he was a warmonger. He's best friends with Hillary Clinton. He's best friends with Henry Kissinger before he died. And he said he's got a lot of respect for Bill and Hillary Clinton. That does not spell non-establishment to me.
That's interesting. My trajectory is that I didn't trust him until they took that shot at him. Now I'm hearing you, and I went and looked up the CARES Act and stuff when you guys were talking. When that bailout started back with OW, and we knew, okay, they're going to just keep kicking this debt can down the road. Yeah, that's bad. That's very bad. And he signed that in, but that was at a time when they were pushing the new deal to shove a cold virus and the scamdemic. But he was, I think he was under a lot of pressure when that came through. And really, we do see some evidence. I know your audience is going to chuckle, but there's some evidence that the warp speed deal was in order to get a lot of shots made up that were diluted. So there was, a push to get more when they really weren't ready, so that it was more diluted and less people got harmed, less people died. He wasn't going to stop that. He would have, the people probably would have risen up and done something like they do in other countries, and because they were so frightened of the stupid virus. But I hate that. I hate that he was even behind that when he was walking out. I'm not saying he's the best dude, but I just think at this point, I'm just intrigued that they tried to kill him. And the best, Brian, the best sniper.
How do you know that?
Well, I'm just saying, with the best sniper, with the best environment, the best wind drag, there's still a variance. There's still a moment of a variance, and Trump found it when his head turned. Okay, that was absolutely providential. I mean, we call it whatever you want, but you don't find that. He turned his head at the last moment. That bullet was bound to explode his head, and the deep state was exposed doing it. There's a man with a gun over there. Don't slope on me, bro. Obviously, that was a juggernaut of a machine that intended to have an easy assassination that day. So what was that? I mean, if he's so in the pocket of the blue bloods, who did that?
I don't believe it happened like mainstream media says it happened.
We've got frame by frame, Brian. We can watch frame by frame. We can watch that bullet go through his ear.
Do you see the picture that I have up on the screen? Mainstream media is trying to tell us that they got a 223, which leaves the barrel at 3,200 feet per second, and probably slowed down 400 feet to about 2,600 feet per second.
Yeah, you can't capture that on film. Probably, I don't know if they have a fast enough film speed. Is that what you're saying?
But what I'm saying is, let's just give best case scenario. Okay, somebody tried to kill him. He sunk the national debt an additional $8.4 trillion, which means bankers, corporate elitists, and big pharma got all that money. And he economically raped Americans with all that money. And that's why we have had the inflation that we did and the gas prices we did in the first 2 years of Obama, because of the.
You're talking about the CARES Act?
No, I'm not even talking about the 6.2 from the CARES Act. I'm talking about the 8.4 trillion he put on the national debt. Plus the 6.2, he increased government spending more in 4 years than Obama did in 8.
I mean, I've seen people saying that. I mean, we know we have a failing system. The dollar is worth, just a 2% of what it was in 1913.
Wait a second. Just to correct what you're saying, we don't see people saying that. We see Donald Trump saying that. He said 6.2 trillion. I don't know if I can handle this, Mitch. We better not chicken out now. I've never signed anything with a T on it before. And they literally mocked with central bankers and Zionists standing behind Trump as he's handing out $800 pens after he put his signature on basically the economic death warrant of America, because under the CARES Act, over 30% of small businesses went out of business because of Donald Trump.
That was right during the scamdemic, though.
Really?
They earmarked it for the COVID, right? It was COVID bailout for everybody, right? I mean, and more of it went to businesses. I understand that. Man, I know there's corruption. I do think, like your buddy said there in the truck, there are things behind the scenes that are being done that we may not quite see, and it does see like he does see things that he kind of does incrementally. Maybe he's waiting for something. He's getting educated. He's not a politician. I think he learns as he goes.
Donald Trump himself said he's a politician the other day on Fox News. He goes, I guess I'm a politician. I know people.
Come on. Well, sure. That's because he's there, dude. He had this country streamlined, exporting oil for the first time.
Do you realize
history.
Do you realize that the biggest oil importer in the world right now, and has never been this big in the future, is right now under Biden? We're the biggest domestic oil producer and exporter. So if
we're not exporting any oil, bro. We stopped doing that. He shut down the pipeline.
Well, wait a second. You got to look at statistics. We're the biggest domestic.
Well, you can bring out little factoids and stuff. We can argue how many sharks fit on the head of a pin. I'm just telling you, we were
Hold on a second. You brought it up first. I'm just saying that you're wrong because Biden is a bigger.
Biden is a big. He shut down the pipeline, man.
Dude, if you just do a quick Google search and talk about just type in largest domestic oil production in the history of America, Biden will be on the top. So Biden is corrupt. Biden does corrupt things and surrounds himself with corrupt people, and he's an evil person. Kamala Harris is a corrupt person and does evil, corrupt things. But and a lot of people are like, well, we're gonna have a stronger border under Donald Trump. Do you realize we had a much stronger border under Obama? So if you're going to use the border as the criteria to judge a president and to elect a president, then you would go for an Obama and not a Donald Trump. But both of them. I don't know.
I would have to look that up. I mean, it was let's go progressive things.
Let's go with something. Let's go with something objective. Are you okay with throwing somebody in jail for 12 months for burning a Chinese-made American flag?
For a Chinese-made American flag, you know, I don't know, man. I've come to terms over that. I watched somebody do it and didn't do anything one day, and I've kind of lamented that. We were having a rally against the war. And a bunch of some mass kids, this was before Antifa and all that shit, they come up and burn that flag. And I sit there and watch that thing. I just stood there, Brian, and I watched the sky cloth burn. And something, I know that something in me just curdled. And it did feel wrong. Now, we're talking law, freedom, and this is kind of the check and the balance of, you know, being able to secede from the union, okay, being able to burn the sky cloth if you want. I don't necessarily believe that they should go to jail for a year, no, but I do think there should be some consequence. I've just come to that. I'll still stand for it, man. Just because there are men that fought underneath it, fighting for their buddy, even if they weren't fighting for freedom, Brian.
Well, why don't
even if they weren't fighting for our rights, they're fighting for their friend, and they're my brothers. They're Americans, and I do love the Stars and Stripes.
Okay,
even though it's not an idol, it's not my idol. I don't worship it. I don't pledge allegiance to it. Okay,
let's just take all that away and let's just think from a moral perspective, because you say you're a Christian, right?
Oh so
definitely. Do to others what you would want done to you. So, if you saw a man burning a piece of cloth, whether it's an American flag, Chinese flag, or his mother's favorite tapestry, what victim was created in order for us to enact something against that person to get him to stop harming other people? Nothing. He's just burning something, right? But
he is destroying property, but I guess it's
his own property. Yeah. If you cannot destroy your own property in America, you're not free. And listen to what Trump says. I want you to listen very closely to what he says.
And you know, we ought to do something, Mr. Senators. We have two great senators. We ought to come up with legislation that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year.
He wants to come up with legislation. As a matter of fact, there was another, I don't know if you saw it at the top of the show, but he was saying, I know people say it's not constitutional, you know, me wanting to jail somebody, and it truly isn't. It's a violation of the First Amendment in spades. If there was ever one, it's throwing somebody in jail for exercising their freedom of speech to burn an American flag.
What was the but? Did he say but?
No.
He said he knows.
Here we go.
Burning our American flag. And I said, I know they say it's unconstitutional. Well, make it not unconstitutional.
I know they say it's unconstitutional. We'll make it not unconstitutional. In other words, get rid of the First Amendment. That is a tyrant.
The First Amendment is the right to free speech, right to, you know, address your government.
Yeah.
All those things. I mean, it's kind of like the the Berkeley thing, right? They were saying the most filthy things that they could think of, and hey, that's free speech, and it is. We don't stop that. And it is. I think he's being bombastic. You know, he's being Trump. I don't agree with that, brother. I don't agree with that. But I also don't agree. Well, I mean, you're saying some things here that are making me think, and I'm going to look some of those up. We've been doing I got my co-host is from one of the. He's an awesome dude. He's a black man that he drew a picture of Obama and then stenciled swastikas in his irises, and so, you know, he's in the freedom camp, but we've been kind of promoting.
Let me stay.
Well,
I know, but let me stay on this because we're getting off in the weeds.
I was going to try to. I was bringing it. I was weaving in.
I know, but do you know what cognitive dissonance is?
Oh yeah.
What is it?
Well, that's when you try to tell somebody about creation and they just blather on about the ridiculousness of evolution. No, it's when somebody gets presented with facts and things that are generally irrefutable, and they still hold to their own druthers just because they ignore it for the sake of their opinions.
No, that's not what cognitive dissonance is.
Okay, you go ahead.
Cognitive is talking about the mental acuity of the individual, and dissonance is disharmony. Cognitive dissonance is when a person tries to hold two mutually exclusive and diametrically opposed ideas at the same time. For example, I'm a smoker. I know it's killing me, but I'm going to continue smoking. Or saying, I'm for the Second Amendment, but I'm going to vote for this guy who's for red flag gun confiscation laws. I'm for the First Amendment, but I'm for the guy who's going to jail people for exercising their First Amendment. That is cognitive dissonance, and that's actually what you're displaying right now, and it's scary.
Yeah, well, I think what I said was accurate from another, I guess, angle. It's seeing the thing and then it's denying it. If you want to say holding two things in your mind, that's fine. What I'm saying is, he is sounding somewhat more libertarian at times. People do change. And I think that bullet did change him. He's been given some, he's been stopping and giving fealty to Christ out in the open. Now, they let a Sikh pray at the RNC. It's ridiculous, right? But
this is not the issue. The issue is
until this nation repents.
The issue is your vote. You want to get back to this. My show is about why are you voting for Donald Trump? You made the case, and I'm telling you, you're voting for a literal tyrant who's worse than Obama from this side of the curtain. Now, on the other side of the curtain, we can prove that Obama and Trump and Epstein and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are all working together. They're all in the same bed together. How do we know, Brian? Because we know that at the end of Trump's presidency, $8.4 trillion of tyrannical monetary easing, quantitative easing from the Federal Reserve. In other words, the Federal Reserve got more power over us and took more of our rights because they devalued our dollar. When somebody's devaluing your dollar, implementing bump stock bans, telling you that they're going to telling you that you're going to see, you shake your head because it's not a big deal to you. And the
bump stock isn't, brother. The bump stock was silly. We don't need a bump stock to fire our guns. We can accomplish the same thing.
It wasn't silly. It was evil. It was evil. Do you
we
know
don't
how many
need bumps? He's not taking away our guns. We don't need bump stocks.
Okay.
We don't need them. That was kind of a silly point. If you know much about weaponry, we'd be fine without bump stocks. I'm going to say this. I'm not voting for the less. Well, let me speak to.
Wait. Did bump stocks violate the Second Amendment? The bump stock ban?
No. You still have the gun. It's an accoutrement.
Wait a second. Do you know what a ban is?
It's an accoutrement.
What does a ban effectively do?
Can we get them now?
Only because of the Supreme Court, not because of Donald Trump. Right. What does a ban do?
Who knows why he makes some decisions he does? He's a businessman. He's in nobody's pocket.
He's controlled
I'm just
by the
saying,
bankers.
I'm not voting for the lesser of two evils. I'm voting to lessen evil. If the Marxists get implemented, they're going to cement into place some of the worst things. It's going to be much harder, Brian, to do what we want to do. This man's in there. He's pushing some buttons. He's playing some of their game. But I do not believe he's in there in the spirit cooking. I do not believe he is there with, I think Epstein used him as a rope-a-dope to get chicks. And Trump helped with the investigation on Epstein. There are things afoot. In fact, even if you go to, there's a really interesting site. It's called Real Raw News, and they do talk about things like people having been sentenced in military tribunals and even executed. Those people we see on stage. I'm not big into the QAnon, but there is a lot of really weird stuff about people not looking like the same person. That guy does not look like the Biden of old. But and they don't care. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't care if we figure it out, right? They just keep going.
I got to be brutally honest with you, man. You are
Go
what's
ahead.
wrong with America. You are what's wrong with America.
Well, I don't think so, because here, what we're trying to do is sift through the noise.
At the first part of this thing, you were talking about Christianity, and the most unchristian people I've ever met are people like you who are willing to give away your integrity so you can vote for somebody you absolutely know is a psychopath. He's a psychopath.
Have I been untoward to you? I'm actually having a conversation, trying to reason through some of these things, and I said I was listening.
I
said I looked up what
you're not reasoning, man. You're not reasoning.
I said I looked up what you said. You're so clinging to your ideologies that you're willing to look past this opportunity.
Like the Second Amendment.
There's a difference between the USA Incorporated and we the people.
Tell me about federalized immunity for all law enforcement officers in the United States. Is that pro Second Amendment, pro Fourth Amendment, or against?
That is bad. That is bad.
That's what you're voting in, and not even Kamala Harris, America's cop, is promising that.
Well, she's going to do that and worse. You know she will. As soon as they get that puppet in there, she's the biggest puppet that we've ever seen.
Wait a second.
Why do they all hate him so bad?
How can you call Kamala Harris a puppet when $8.4 trillion laid at the feet of Donald Trump plus $6.2 trillion in CARES Act stimulus and a 10% increase for the military-industrial complex?
If he's so in bed with all of them, why do they hate him so bad across the board, Brian?
Have you ever watched WWE?
So it's just a big suit. I know all about that. They say the big scary words, go have lunch together. But this is the first time we've ever seen a person actually be a stick in the craw, like across the board. And even when he got on the stage, like every single media outlet hated him. Every single media outlet hated him.
He takes credit for shutting down America, and you're going to vote for him. He
didn't shut down America. The establishment did.
He says he did. He goes, I had to shut down America. There was nothing else I could do. And then he calls himself the father of the vaccine on Fox News, but you're still going to vote for him. Man, I appreciate you coming forward.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of things there that we don't know what's going on, and the vaccine, the people did that. Nothing is ever really going to change fully until the people actually change. Like we're still going to kill babies until the people actually realize that we're under all this blood guiltiness from killing babies and stuff. I'm not saying he's the Jim, that he's the guy, that he's the man of the hour. What I'm saying is that he is a person that could be used. You look at the people in the past that have been used by God, that we have called righteous, or haven't been that righteous. They haven't done every single thing that we wanted. We're right now, we're in a volatile time, Brian. This is a frightening time. But we're up against World War III. And if you let the snakes in, if the Marxists actually cement themselves, we're going. He's the only one that could keep us out of World War III. He was the only guy that goes and talks to the leader of Korea. My gosh, he actually has the ability to be a foreign relations president. Nobody else can handle foreign relations. That guy has handled foreign relations more than I've ever seen.
In the words of Donald Trump, you should have known I was a snake before you let me in. F communism. What's up, man?
Brian, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please be a voice of reason.
Yes. Is your feedback okay, Brian?
I don't have. Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Thank you.
Let me, before you say something, let me just say the last guy was absolutely unreasonable. The last guy is absolutely impervious to any kind of facts. And he's a perfect example of somebody who's not just drinking the Kool-Aid. He has opened the Kool-Aid package. He hasn't even decided to add water to it. He's doing Kool-Aid lines on the table. That's how far gone he is. He's probably walking around with a Kool-Aid IV. That's how bad. It's just so disheartening. Okay, go ahead. I had to get that out of my system. F communism. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say thank you, and I support your show. I like what you do. We don't have to agree on everything, but yeah, I'm not going to go off on a tangent here. I want to answer your question. I am voting, but I'm writing in somebody. You know.
Oh, who
I
you
mean,
writing in?
I have some protest votes in mind. I don't know, even posthumous votes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
And what is
anyway,
your
I'm on
let me
board
ask
with you
let me ask
about
you, what is your reason for doing that, if you don't mind me asking?
it is my, you know, once upon a time, I believed that it was my American duty to vote, but I don't like communism, as you can tell, but the communist structure, it's so geared to a singular vote every time, no matter what country. I just do your research. You know, I mean, you probably know more than I do on that subject, but we do, in all fairness, live in a Judeo-Christian society, and you know, people can claim, "Hey, I'm a Christian," and all this. You've heard that rhetoric. I'm not one of those people that is about pushing values on other people, but I don't like it whenever my rights are taken away. Um, you know, and
Yeah.
that young man, God bless him. You know, he said, I think he claimed he was a couple of guests ago, he had on his ACP hat. Well, the American Communist Party was founded in 1919, and if I'm not mistaken, he claimed that he founded a branch of the ACP or something. I don't know. Am I right there?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd have to get a clarification on it myself.
Right. But anyway, I'm not here to push my values. I just wanted to be straight up and answer your question and say, yes, I do believe I completely support. I am at the point where I support people's right not to vote. If you don't want to vote, nobody in the United States of America has the right to bully you to go to the polls. That's wrong. And I'm totally against that. We shouldn't be bullying each other to say, hey, go vote for this person, and then just sever relationships over something so stupid as to not vote for some tyrant.
Yeah, I don't think relationships should be severed, but you got to admit, just like in religion and politics, there's something that comes between two people when they get in their minds that they are going to be in the cult of personality. Now, if I'm in the cult of personality, I want to try. I hope that I'm a reasonable and rational enough person to sit down and try to, you know, in the spirit of truth fears no scrutiny, you know, correct my mentality, because no one of us has all the answers, right? None of us is greater than all of us, and we can all learn from somebody. But when you've got facts staring you in your face, especially when they're facts that correspond with a person's own displayed hypocrisy, like the reason I'm not voting for Kamala Harris is because she's a Marxist, she's a tyrant, she wants my guns. Well, what if it could be demonstrated that Donald Trump is along the exact same vein? He says a couple of different things, nothing substantial changes, but he wants to take away your gun rights too. Then isn't the reason you're not voting for Donald Trump, wouldn't that be the same reason you wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes perfect sense, Brian. And you know, I'm an avid supporter of the Bill of Rights, upon the original Constitution, of course. So, and that includes every bill. And you know, between the Bush administration and the Obama administration, I think we gutted like 9 of those bills. If you look at like the Military Commissions Act and the USA Patriot Act, the Patriot 2, we just gutted our rights in those 2 administrations alone. And I'm thinking, what in the world? Didn't these people make an oath to protect the Constitution?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, what interpretation of the Constitution do you want? Because back in 1803, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but Marbury versus Madison, which has a lot of good quotes in there that look like they lend themselves to freedom. But in the final analysis, in that court case, the Supreme Court granted themselves the, basically the law of judicial review, which means they became the priesthood of the state. And it's like, okay, we have this Constitution, but the peasants can't understand the Constitution unless it filters through us. So we're going to interpret it for you. So everything's gotten so perverted. It's hard to sift through all this stuff.
Sure. And you know, I look back to the founding fathers of our country. We've never had a golden era, Brian, in the United States. It just hasn't happened. It's always been turmoil in one way or another. You know, back, 100 years, 200 years ago, we would just fight en masse in giant armies. Whereas today, now it's, I don't know if you studied salami tactics, but that's what your channel is based on. Tyrants with guns and badges doing massive takedowns on innocent people and violating their constitutional rights.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't think I need to convince you on anything. You're very wise and knowledgeable on subjects. And I actually learned from you, and I'm like, oh, like you mentioned an 1803 case, for instance, a while ago. And what was that case?
Marbury versus Madison.
Marbury versus Madison.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, you know, see, I learned something there. So I'm going to have to look that up.
Judicial review is very powerful, by the way, because it basically, like the Catholic Church, it's like, okay, we have the Gutenberg Bible now. See, they had one up over on the lower class peasants because there wasn't a printing press, so they could have, wide distribution of the Bible. But when the Bible came on the scene, it's like the priesthood got together and the papal, all this papal fallacy and the ex cathedra speaking from the chair and all that. It's like, okay, you have a Bible in your hands, but you can't understand it unless it filters through the church. It's the same thing with the state. The state is like a church, and you have all the worshipers pledging allegiance to the flag or whatever, and they're giving away their virtue so that the state, some state functionary who's typically a psychopathic political parasite in the back of the pocket of the central bankers calling all the shots, basically doing evil in your name on your behalf. That's why I got a big problem with voting.
Yeah, yes, sir. And I understand. And you know what? I was raised to pledge allegiance to the flag every morning in my school. That's kind of part of it, being an American growing up in the 20th century, at least. But yeah, separation of church and state, that's fine and all. But in all fairness, our nation was founded on Judeo-Christian values. But even though in the late 19th century, early 20th century, Brian, over 90% of Americans identified as Christian, we did not treat Chinese exchange students at our universities very nice. They took back their kind of Christian values, I guess, to a changing China in the 20th century, the early part of the 20th century, and they were persecuted back in China. So we had xenophobia back then, and it's not right, but that's I think you have a lot of church attenders that identify as Christian or whatever, but they don't exemplify the biblical teachings.
I got to bring this. I got to bring this back around because I didn't really intend to talk about this. So you are not voting. Is that my understanding? Is that right?
I am. I'm right. I'm going to be writing in a candidate, yeah.
Right. You're writing somebody in. Okay, cool. Hey, I got a long string of people to go to. So I appreciate you coming forward and giving us your thoughts.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Take care. Brushfire, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Brian? I got to tell you something. You're fighting an uphill battle because I'm listening to the people that went through 12,500 hours of public mind washing camps, and I'm telling you, the roots are pretty deep on that, Brian. You got a tough battle ahead, man. You one of my little adoptee little brothers. You know the thing you say. I mean, I got my own term. I don't own you, and you don't own me. Very simple.
Amen.
It's too easy for anybody to understand. My rights do not come. I'm Lysander Spooner guy, man. That Constitution ain't got nothing. It is either an absolute piece of scrap paper or it was designed to get us here. And I have a very difficult time with people saying, "Oh, if you think you can vote your way out of a moral and ethical crisis, you don't know the ideas of moral and morality and ethical behavior, because nothing in this government is moral and ethical." Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
And I'm so sorry to hear, and unfortunately I lost friends about it. I go back to Grandpa. If I'd have walked in, and I was born in '66, if I'd have walked in '72 and said, "Grandpa, who'd you vote for?" I'll tell you what I'd have taken was probably about the hardest hit in the back of my head I've ever taken. And my grandpa was a very, very devout Christian. I don't have to say much more than Salt Lake City. He might have actually cussed at me. And, none of your fucking business.
Well, I like what you're Yeah, you know why I like what you're saying and why it resonates so deep with me, and that it's not shallow, is that it's very simple. Anybody can understand it, and you can come to an objective conclusion, every single person in their own heart. Like you said, don't mess with me. I don't mess with you. I'm not over you. You're not over me. I can't take your stuff. I can't hurt you. I can't force you to do something against your will. As long as we all live by that rule, then anybody who lives outside of that rule is basically the enemy of humanity. I love the simplicity of that. In other words, we could boil it down by saying it's never wrong to do what is right. But as soon as somebody stops doing what is right, they're doing what is wrong.
Yes. And I'm pretty hardcore on my thing. People say, and most people don't even know what rights are. I mean, I'm a welder out here in the field. I can do anything I want as long as I don't injure or damage another person or their property. That's it. That's my simple solution to all this stuff. Do no friggin' harm unless it's to yourself. And then I'm okay with it. If I hurt myself, that's all me, baby. I'm not going to call oh God, send the fire department. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to limp over to my Hilux and I'm going to drive to the hospital, assuming I can. If not, I'll labor it up.
Amen. James Slave Man, what do you say to that?
I'm sorry I missed it. I was just trying to jump into the show and jumped in the car and I wasn't listening in.
Damn you, James.
I know. I came unprepared.
Cameron, what do you think about what Brushfire just said?
No, that's exactly the whole point of it all. The only thing that should be applicable is true harm. You right? I mean, honestly, that's the only thing that really anybody, as far as what we should look to, as far as our brethren is concerned of, to where we should, kind of step in and involve ourselves in anybody else's business, because we are all free, true individuals, right? I mean, me personally, I kind of believe in some kind of ultimate creator. Can I put a name on it? No. But what I can say is that I'm a creation of whatever may have created this, and I have no power over me. And there's nobody's going to tell me different. If I don't want to abide by something, I don't have to. And you can't make me or tell me. And if you try to, then you putting me back into an aspect of James Slaveman. And my name ain't no James. I mean, I may be Cameron James, but I'm not James Slaveman. Okay. And so,
and what's interesting is we can easily turn the policies around on the policymakers who let's just use the Second Amendment. People dog me because they're like, I thought you weren't a constitutionalist. Well, there's a precept and there's a principle in the Second Amendment. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Conversely, you don't have the right to keep me from keeping and bearing arms. So if I'm a Kamala Harris or Donald Trump and I want to lay a red flag confiscation law on you, well, let's turn that around. How about I lay the red flag confiscation law on you? And that's why I'm glad James is here, because if you've seen James's second to the maybe third to the last video, he literally does the quintessential script flipped, and he treats the law enforcement officer like the law enforcement officers treat us. Now, he got them to comply because he's James Freeman and he's got a clipboard, but usually it doesn't go like that. It's like, wait a second. Like when he was with Mr. Jardin, it's like, wait a second. I'm asking the questions. I'm calling the shots here. So when you turn it around on these authoritarians, they automatically, you can see that cognitive dissonance light bulb turn on or off, whichever the case may be. And they realize that the thing they're trying to foist on you, they don't exactly want to foist on themselves. James, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, hopefully I can make one before my. No, you know what? My 6-month-old is going to jump in. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I wanted to try to get in here, but man, yeah, I'm going to jump out. Sorry, guys.
That's right. Everybody, put a 1 in the room if you want to. James and I were talking earlier. If you want to, if you want to see a a live stream where we break down some police interaction videos, put a 1 in the room. Cameron, what do you think about that? You're muted. You're muted, brother. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
Rephrase it one more time for me now.
If you turn around, okay, just taking the Second Amendment or the First Amendment or whatever right that we think we have, if you turn it around on them, they know they wouldn't want that. It unearths an inherent hypocrisy and nobody wants to be known as a hypocrite, right?
Right. Well, I think the aspect of just the fact that if someone goes and does their crime, you've done your time, you've paid your debts to society. Why can't you come back out and protect yourself? It makes no sense to me. There's no logical sense that someone can deduct other than we're just submitting ourselves to control. And that to me is I've never really understood that, because I could never put myself into a slave type of scenario. So it's just hard for me. I've never built the concept of you have to do as we say. It's just, I don't know. And I don't see how others can really conform to it other than just programming. That's really all it boils down to, is programming.
Yeah,
the
and
education system has failed us.
And it seems like the programming and the propaganda is geared specifically to lead us away from the simple truth that Brushfire was talking about. It's like, hey, I'm the ruler over me, but I don't rule anybody else. And the moment I start doing that, well, I've actually been the one that commits the crime. Brushfire, you're on. What do you think?
I used to have a radio show in town, got kicked off 3 times. I love James Freeman. I love his attitude out there when he takes on these, again, you put on a clown suit and you're a psychopath. But think about just normal human behavior. And we're put into this again, government mind slavery camp, mind washing camp, whatever. It's not education, trust me. But imagine a little child that walks into a kindergarten scared, or happy, I don't know. But imagine raising your hand and asking to do a simple human function of going to the bathroom, and going through that for 12,500 hours while they pound it in your mind that you are their subject. And then come out and you get this thing that, well, if the teacher's always right, well, God, Trump must be wonderful, because he's not a politician, he's a businessman. And I'm screaming in the background going, no, he's a fucking psychopath. Nobody wants that job. Nobody wants to take over this failing mess. We're $37 trillion in debt.
I think Carmine Carmine disagrees with you. Go ahead, Carmine.
It's not that much of a cycle. We had words. Well, what do you do? That's my main comment. What do you do? Can you guys tell me? What do we do here? Do we not vote and just, forget that Trump is that crazy, or whoever we're voting for, whoever's in office? I mean, you should run if you think you could do better than run, and I'll vote for you. You sound pretty good, I mean,
wait, Carmine, I'm having trouble hearing you. What do you say? I can't remember. You're voting for Trump, right?
Yes.
And your primary reason for doing so is what?
My reason?
Yes.
Oh, well, my reason for voting for Trump is because I've been through so many presidency, and I already know And personally, before I give my explanation, I want to say this. I don't depend on the government. I don't like the government. I don't depend on them. They come and take my taxes every 3 months. And, you know that I pay almost $90-some thousand in taxes. You know that?
And you're a welder, right? Or you're a welder?
But I'm a contractor and stuff. So, I don't like the government, and I don't think we should depend on them. If we depend on them less, but they come and they take your money. You pay your house off, but you really never own your house. Like I said before, don't pay your house and see what happens. I mean, your taxes on your house and see who really owns it. They'll come and take it. So what do you do? What's the solution? Can we get to a solution?
Do you not see not voting for evil as a step toward a solution?
I know what you're going through, and I'm trying to get a better.
Okay, well, it's really, really difficult to understand what you're saying, Carmine. Paige, can you weigh in on this?
Yeah, I have what I think is the bigger picture solution, and I believe it starts with the family unit. Brian, I want to say that our family's been watching you since pre-2020, but my son, who's now 20, and he's going to school for welding, he has been watching you and he's learned a lot from you. But my point is, everybody's going in circles. Well, if voting's not the right answer, then what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? The point is we need to build stronger family units. We need to teach people to be responsible for themselves, teach your children how to grow their own food, how to be healthy, so that they have their own responsibility to take on, okay, well, this is going down, I'm responsible for it, rather than expecting somebody else to do it. We're going to just keep going round and round. We're going to just keep giving our money. We're just going to keep enslaving ourselves. And people are just going to keep thinking they have an option. Every 4 years, they're going to think, oh, this year it's going to be better. It hasn't gotten any better. It doesn't matter what flag you freaking fly. It's because our family units are broken. We're sick. Our air is dirty. Our water is dirty. Our food is just riddled with nonsense. And our kids have no foundation. They're looking towards their teachers in the public schools, for guidance. And it's just, then they get into the adult world, and then it's just a step up where it's, oh, now it's just this two-party structure and I have to trust one or the other. No, you're at home. You teach your children responsibility belongs with you. Your health. Don't rely on insurance, because in the end, they're going to up you up the ass. I mean, they're just going to get you. You're going to get rimmed either way. So we need to teach our children to be responsible. Then they become a responsible adult. I'm a man. I can defend my family. I'm a woman. I can feed my husband. I can do what I can as far as medicate my children when they're ill. I can teach them to read. I can teach them to sew. It starts at the family level, and we've taken away men. We've taken away their masculinity. They don't feel like they have any power except for to go to the voting booth and vote for the colors of the flag. It doesn't matter. It belongs. It starts at home. And that's how we make people feel strong and then responsible. And then they create beautiful communities where people work together. They back each other up. I'm from New Mexico originally. And years ago, when the militia stuff, or not militia, when the border stuff started getting hairy, friends and neighbors would get together and go down to the border and just hang out at the ranch lands to protect those farmers, because we couldn't count on, the government or whatever to do it for us. That's where it lies. The answer is in you being responsible for yourself and teaching your children to be responsible for themselves when they come of age. And that's just my kind of view on things. Let
me jump in. I totally agree with everything you just said, because one of the things, and I think everybody who's got common sense does because they can see it. One of the things that's very important for a government entity to do, whether it's the U.S. government or whatever, is to interfere with the government. I mean, with the family structure. Then when you can break up the family, you can break up those small communities.
Absolutely.
If you want to see a perfect example of communities come together, that's why we took a trip down to North Carolina, because I heard a bunch of stuff going on in Asheville. I was hearing that FEMA was ruining everything, and they were co-opting the food, and they weren't handing it out, and they were mismanaging stuff, and that the bulk of the help was coming from just community members coming together and cutting roads and cutting down trees and restoring power, and they were doing all this. So I talked to the people on the ground, and they were saying, yeah, what you're hearing is true. FEMA is ruining us. We wish they would just go away, because the community has rallied and they've supported. Another community that we can get an example from is the Amish community or the Mennonite community.
Yeah.
Man, those guys will build a freaking barn in a day and a half. Why? Because they've got community, they've got communication, they've got organization, they've got love, they've got compassion.
And the other thing on top of that is those communities don't, I mean, yes, there's some issues mentally with some of those people, but they don't have the suicide rates, they don't have teenage pregnancies. Then that doesn't put females in those circumstances to do you know what, and then we get into that whole hairy argument. And the family unit, I believe, is the ultimate answer. It is the key.
That's the key. That's the key to the lock of liberty, because if you don't have that key, you're not going to open that door. And if you don't open that door, you will always have
everywhere we look, every day, it's just nonstop hammering away at that structure. I have teenage daughters. I'm trying to raise them in this society. I'm not keeping them hidden away. I'm trying to teach them, look, they want you. They want you to not think that being a homemaker, is not being a liberated female. My God, the best thing you can do is put a hammer in a girl's hand and a freaking, sewing machine in the other. That's the best thing you can do for a girl. Teach her how to grow things so she can feed her babies. There is nothing wrong with that. And both parties are doing nothing but knocking you men down, knocking us women down, and taking away your responsibility and making you feel like you're weak. And it's just a bunch of weak people. My generation, like nobody, I just went to my high school graduation, 20th high school. Nobody's having babies. It is freaking terrifying. Yeah. And I started early and it just happened the way it happened, but they're all, a majority are left leaning, and they've become childless cat ladies. Let's just go ahead and say it. When I went to my last, I can't remember the last graduation, but like most of the girls were lesbians, and they had the bush haircuts, and they had this. Yes. They looked stereotypical. It's crazy. It's Christopher Lee. Let's hear from you.
Hey, what's up, Brian? Can you say to me my phone is messed up? I just lost my camera. Okay,
I hear you. You're coming through loud and clear.
Awesome, I got it back. Man, I just want to commend you. You're one of the only people I see in the media that is really telling the truth, and one of the only people on YouTube with a following that has any sense about the whole thing. Me personally, I'm just tired of the divisiveness. It's all it does is cause division. It's every 4 years, and it's like people my age. I'm 45. People my age should know by now that that's all this is doing is causing division. I just can't wait for the whole thing to be over with. And I've been following you on Here's the Deal channel for a long time. And now to see, you exposing the truth about Trump and Kamala and how they're both puppets. I mean, these are things I learned 15, 20 years ago. And it's like, how are people not catching on yet? And
it's almost like it's almost like we're in a perpetual state of, we're on the hamster wheel of immaturity. It's like all these adults out here are still thinking like, Santa Claus will save us. He's going to come down the chimney and he's going to give us a bunch of presents. He's going to secure the border, and he's going to make our dollar stronger, and he's going to make our gas cheaper. It's like, what are you talking about? Would you say, Paige?
It's because people are in fear, and they're in a constant state of fear. And when you're in a constant state of fear, you make irrational decisions. Like the guy you were talking to earlier, bless his heart. I mean, he's right. He knows it's immoral, but he just can't accept the terms that no party is a good answer. He just can't do it because there's fear behind it. And then there's people who are still, I feel like nobody's talking about what happened in 2020 anymore. I'm constantly like, it royally screwed up our family, but we worked through it and man, we got on top of things. But I think people are in that fear. And then, you know, even though there's an election, they're going to drop the stupid crap in between to keep people in a constant, what are our leaders going to do about it? What are the leaders going to say? And it's just going to be a constant cycle until people stop paying their, you know, their enslavement funds and, you know, start growing their own food and just being reliant on each other and talk to your neighbors. My God, how hard is it to talk to your neighbors? Yeah, you might not go to the same church, but man, if I can grow this and you can grow that. Let's be homies, man. Tow me if I get stuck and I'll come babysit your kids. Like, work together, be independent, be resourceful, but it's fear. It's fear that's driving this constant wheel of chaos. And it's just crazy. It's the craziest.
Totally agree. Ronan, you haven't said anything yet. Can you want to add to it?
Hey, I've been sub to you 5 years.
Wow. Thanks, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. So you got it right. You got it right.
Do you want to say? Do you want to add anything to this discussion?
Yeah.
Go for it. You got.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm an in-game conspiracy theorist.
Okay.
Where's all the bullshit going? And brush fire got me fired up. Got me fired. He's right on time. Right on time. He is right on time. But I wanted to ask him because it's not. I didn't go to. It's my personal conspiracy theory that the end game is the human race is getting farmed.
What?
But I'm asking Brushfire because he can understand. He gave me the vibe that he can understand what do you think of this? The human race is getting farmed, and every vote is just a funnel down to who can get closer to doing that.
We're being farmed.
I'm being farmed. Everything tested on other races before they bring it on you. But it'll be farming you too.
I mean, I'm a lot like Brian. I think the end game of all these psychopaths is complete and utter control of every single thing you think, you do. I mean, if you don't look at Facebook for what it is, a CIA operation, and realize that what they've done with Facebook is the most incredible. I mean, from an Orwellian point of view, Orwell had no idea. I mean, there is no possible way that
intelligence gathering software. Intelligence gathering software. Remember MySpace? What's wrong with that?
It's all psychopathic. I mean, I can't remember, was it Goebbels or Goebbels, the Nazi guy? If he saw the Ministry of Propaganda or whatever he was for Hitler, if he saw what was going on now, he would go, I had no frigging idea I could pull that off. I can put something on Facebook and get 400,000 people to drive off cliffs in cars. I mean, this is that bad. You got. I may be the craziest conspiracy theory of all of them. When I go out and see a checkerboard in the sky, I don't think they're playing tic-tac-toe here, guys.
So it's in chat, but I could just relate to you, man. I could relate. We need to talk.
No, I'm always around. I used to do a little YouTube, but I did radio for 3.5 years here, live, local.
You might be the only person who won't find me crazy.
I don't find anybody crazy except people that think that Trump is going to change your life.
Hey,
Carmen's out there building a trailer. Who's going to help you, Carmen? Is it Kamala or Trump? Will they help you lay that out square, true? Make your X's correct. Will Kamala come help, or will Trump make that trailer better? Make trailers great again, Carmen.
Carmine, you got the floor, but man, I wish you had a better connection because it's hard to hear what you say.
My connection, it looks strong on this side, but I apologize. Everything Paige was talking about, I'm building a trailer. She was right on. Love your neighbors, talk to your neighbors. You can contribute, see what they have, to help each other out with. Don't depend on the government. Can you hear me better now?
No, I mean I can hear what you're saying, but it's kind of hard.
Oh, Paige, if I can ask you, what part of New Mexico are you from?
Paige, oh, is Paige with us?
Oh,
I think she left on.
Oh, she left.
Oh,
But it is important to talk to your neighbors just because you want to know who's around you.
yeah, I mean, she hit it right on, you know, she's pretty smart, but yeah, no, I mean, like I said, what do you really do? You know, for me, I don't depend on the government. You know, I try to stay away from them as much as possible. I give them, you know, their taxes and hopefully they stay away. And I grow food. You know, I have a little garden, so I do grow a lot of my food. Matter of fact, I have chickens and stuff like that, and I get their eggs. So, I don't know if you've seen the food lately.
Put all the crappy stuff off of the chicken.
Carmine, I'm just perplexed that you're actually going to vote for a guy who oversaw the biggest transfer in wealth in the history of mankind. Like 6.2 trillion. That's nothing to sneeze at.
I get what you're saying, Brian, but the only problem is I lost a very lucrative business with Obama, with his Obamacare, and I've seen a lot of families hurt with his Obamacare. I used to have a small Medicaid business, DDR waivers, and we used to take care of and help elderly or just anybody with a disability. Nobody was being qualified, even paraplegic. I'm sorry, I can't really say that word that great.
Okay.
But yeah, they weren't even qualifying for 10 hours a day, you know, or I'm sorry, 10 hours a week.
But you know that there are people out there saying the same thing about Trump. It's like I had a rocking and rolling business, and then Trump did this thing, and he got with James Bullard from the Federal Reserve, and there was a planned, organized shutdown of the economy, and they did it, and I got screwed.
I don't believe that because I was part of his. When he was, you know, president, and I was doing really, really, really good with him. Now you say that
in March 2020 through March 2021, you were doing good.
Yeah, through all of Trump's that whole thing with Trump.
You know, a lot of businesses shut down, like bars and restaurants, new mom and pop restaurants and all that stuff that got shut down because you had to have the social distancing and all that.
Yep.
What do you say to somebody whose business was literally ruined under that kind of policy?
But I thought you just said 22 and 23. Sorry, it's April.
19. It was 9. You know what he means though. 19 for Trump's administration. He was there when Trump was being the president. He's talking about before, but it was just.
I heard him say 22 and 23. That's what I'm questioning. Sorry, I'll mute myself again.
March of 20 through March of 2021. The very end of his presidency is when it all happened.
Yeah, and it was it really his fault though, or how do you?
He propagated it.
It was COVID.
He didn't. No, it wasn't. There was no like. You know, people call it a scamdemic for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know the V word has never been isolated. It's never been purified or singled out. And the COVID 1984 by George Orwell test, which they use the PCR test called the polymerase chain reaction test, which was invented by a guy named Kary Mullis. And Kary Mullis said that the very way they used that test was not how they were supposed to use that test. So
and Kary Mullis died in August of 2019.
Yeah, which
is that Page again?
Yes, he died in 2019. Ironically, 47 days.
No, it's April saying it.
47 days before Event 201, which was held by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But there's a video of Kary Mullis.
Kary Mullis clearly said, "Do not use this for this." He clearly said it, and then he died, ironically, from natural causes in August of 2019, right before Event 201.
Yes, but beside all that, objectively speaking, Carmine, $6.2 trillion in big pharma spending and $8.4 trillion in national debt does not spell make America great again.
Half of that was the COVID release. And you know what? That was part of Obama, too. So you got to say which one is it, Obama or
Obama's just as evil as Trump, in my opinion. But there's also a 10% increase of the military-industrial complex, which Eisenhower warned us against. There's Operation Warp Speed, which was initiated by the military. There was the addition of Space Force, which was wildly expensive, in addition to NASA's $68 million a day. And we haven't even scratched the surface. There's just so many tyrannical things that Trump did. I can't imagine how anybody. Go ahead, April.
Can I interject really quick with something that happened under Trump? Brian, I don't know if you actually remember me. I came to you when I was getting canceled in 2016, 2017, 2018. Nobody replied. Not you, not Tim Pool, not Alex Jones. Nobody cared when I was getting canceled. But I do remember us all being against the Real ID Act and what happened underneath Trump in 2016. Right after he got his presidency. Real ID Act passed. So we're that closer to biometrics identification. And he's all for doing biometrics identification at the borders.
Right.
So there's that.
Well, let me apologize, because when I was getting canceled, I reached out to a lot of people, and people get busy, emails get lost, so I apologize if I wasn't there for you when I could have been.
Well, you've also gotten rid of at least 3 or 4 of my comments on your Boom the Cop video today. You do it all the time.
No, I don't.
Well, they're gone.
I've never. I've been on the internet for almost 12 years now. Yep. And I've never deleted the most wild, vile comments. I would never do that.
I got my old channel back just 2 months ago, and they're already tagging me for my old channel videos saying medical misinformation and this and that. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is about mortgages and this and that. I'm still having a problem, but I got my old channel back. This is my sneak up channel. All my channels are.
I would just caution you against accusations without substantiation, because I know we live in a day. I will
start taking screenshots of it happening. Now it might be you.
I don't doubt it's happening. Wait a second. I don't doubt it's happening, because it happens to me all the time. If you'll notice, most of my videos don't have pinned comments because they disappear. I'm not disappearing. Somebody else is.
That's YouTube doing that.
Yeah, I'm the only one who owns my channel. Nobody else has a back end to it, but apparently YouTube
Well,
does.
I just want to bring it to your attention because that happened actually. And then I saw you were live and I was going, I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah,
because
but
I remember
saying, you still made an accusation that's not true.
I did. I admit I did, because I reached out and when I needed help and never got the help. And then I'm going, well, you're either a coward of me or something else is going on. So I got to make an accusation so we can get to the bottom of this stuff. So YouTube, you can go, YouTube can.
That's not a good way to go. You don't make an unfounded accusation and then pacify yourself with it.
I'm not pacifying myself.
You didn't even apologize.
I just said that. If it's unfounded, great. But I can give you screenshots of when it happens to me.
No, if it's unfounded, great is not. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I made an unfounded accusation, but that's fine. That's fine.
No, I just said. Sometimes you got to make it a little
bit bitter. Sounds like you're a little bit bitter.
This is what I'm saying.
I am a little bit bitter. I am a little bit bitter because I thought this conversation was about why to vote for Trump or Kamala. And then there's all these other different conversations.
You're the one that started making accusations. It was all about Trump. And then you started accusing Brian and this and this and that.
No, but I haven't been able to get a hold of Brian in forever. And I remember Brian when he was at, I think it was Walmart with his kids when he got caught with a gun. And I remember watching that video saying, Brian, shut your mouth. Don't say nothing. And this is years and years ago. So
yes, 2014. Good memory.
How many do I try to bait you and you don't even get negative at all? You always, say something not negative, but you always just like reply and say, okay, well, send me the video and we'll check it out. So I've never seen you get negative at all. And I'm a Trumpster. I'm going to vote for Trump. I've always liked Trump. But, you do say facts that are true a lot. But I'm not going to sit here and
I can give
that. That's not true.
I can give facts about Trump. Let's start with
Wait,
the
hold
real
on.
idea.
April, hold on a
You
second.
know,
Go ahead and
we've got
finish. Wait, let Carmine finish because he was
Sorry.
still talking. Go ahead, Carmine.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I thought
no.
he was asking for facts.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying that the facts that I've known Brian for a very long time. We've talked before other situations and all that, and I try to bait him just to see. That's how you kind of see what type of people you're dealing with. And I always try to bait him into different conversations and all that, see if he gets negative or anything. Not once has he ever got negative with me. He always says, well, like he said earlier, Carmine, how could you do this? How could you do that? Or why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Look at this, But I've never seen Brian get negative. And I even was baiting him on his video where he went out and he was baiting all the Trumpsters over there. How they were saying, oh yeah, well I'll definitely wouldn't vote for a person that does that when literally Trump just did it. And see, they don't know about, those are the ones that are puppets, Brian. They don't know. They're just saying, oh, well, Trump is so popular, let's go ahead and go vote for him. But they don't know that he's done some of the stuff you're saying, that Kamala or whatever her name is, and Biden have done the same thing, but Trump done the same thing pretty much, but they're still voting for him. So they don't even know why they're voting for him. I get it. There's a lot of stuff there. But in my reality, in my world, it makes it better for me to have Trump in there than Kamala, or I don't know, whatever.
I get it, and I totally understand why people are saying that. Now, April, go ahead.
Well, are we talking about Trump or are we talking about Kamala? I don't know where we're going.
Yeah, we're talking about. Go ahead, just talk about whichever candidate you want to talk about.
One reason not to vote for Trump for me, he signed the Real ID Act. That right there, I was like, okay, done with this fool. The other thing is, I don't have anybody to vote for. Literally, at the local level, at the county level, at the state level, at the region level, at the federal level, I don't have anybody. How am I supposed to trust a man who cheats on every wife he has? How am I supposed to trust that? Especially as a woman. Let's go back to, okay, Obama was deporter in chief. Well, Trump never matched his numbers in deportation, but he beat his numbers in drone strikes and killed a 9-year-old little American girl, the daughter of Anwar al-Awlaki. There's so much I know, and there's so much sickening things.
Just real quick fact check. Don't take it personally, but there's no evidence that he signed the Real ID Act. What you can say about Trump is that
he had to sign it because it became law.
No, he didn't have. Yeah, he didn't have to sign it. It's been on the book since May 11th, 2005. Now, what you can say is
they've been trying to pass it. He signed it.
No, he didn't sign it.
It has not been on the books. He signed it.
It was signed by President George W. Bush on May 11th, 2005. And now what you can say about Trump is that he didn't exit out. He didn't he didn't get rid of it.
Okay, well, he didn't get rid of the Patriot Act either, did he?
Right.
No, he signed that too.
No, he didn't sign that either.
Yes, he did.
No, you just got to tell the truth.
That's why we still have it.
Okay, come up with the receipts that Trump signed the Patriot Act and the
well, I can't do it right now because I'm on my phone.
Right. So,
Brian, I will give you everything you ask me. I will.
But what we do know is that he didn't eliminate the Patriot Act or the Real ID Act. Hey, Schmill, you want to come forward? What you got?
The Real ID Act did not go through until after Trump went in. We've been fighting this Real ID Act
May 11th,
forever.
2005. May 11th, 2005.
No, that's when it's been proposed. It's always been proposed. It's never been signed by a president except for Trump.
Signed into law by George W. Bush. It was part
of
the larger
It was signed into law by Trump.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
You're wrong, April. Okay, back to Smil. What you got?
Hey, Brian, I just want to tell you, I was coming back from work. I already saw people having little stickers with the early voting. You know, like they have little stickers on the chest or whatever, like
I
saying
voted
they.
for the ones that say I voted for the chains of my own oppression.
Yeah, they're already on the trains. I see them on the trains and all that. So just want to. That's my observation. What's happening in New York? And it
Bacchus
looks
Mill,
like
were you on the ground during the Madison Square Garden event from Donald Trump's
yes,
rally?
it was massive, Brian. It was truly massive.
Yeah, he had a sold out crowd. That was quite an event, huh?
8,000 people outside waiting to get in.
And you know what's interesting? If he gets into the White House, you know how I mess around with cops, right? You know me, the way I interact with cops and everything. So when if Trump gets into the White House, that will be all done. They're already arrogant. They already know Trump is going to be taking over White House. They already have arrogance, and I see the change. I see the change in attitude in cops' mindset because they know Trump is going to back them up, and so I don't think I'm going to be messing with them if the Trump gets into the White House. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. Truth hurts. You've been waiting for a long time.
All right, thank you.
Hey, you're still up here, Bacchus Mill.
No, I was just saying, like, when Trump gets to the White House, it means the cops will be very arrogant and very abusive, and there will be no stopping at that point. Because I'm able to mess with them to push back, but if I do the same thing under Trump's rule, it's gonna be a wrap for me. I'm gonna be arrested and put in the jail and all that stuff.
Let me say something about specifically as it pertains to Bacchus Mill in New York City. Back in the 1990s, they had the Mullen Commission, and the Mullen Commission determined their conclusion of the matter when they were investigating the NYPD, which, by the way, the NYPD is the largest police force in the world, not just in the United States. So when they investigated the NYPD under the Mullen Commission, they determined that there was systemic, widespread criminality, i.e., it's not a few bad apples problem. We have a systemic problem, and we're talking about major police brutality and corruption, including theft, including extortion, and all the other bad stuff. But Bacchus Mill's right. If Donald Trump takes office and he follows through with this plan of national qualified immunity for all cops, in addition to the qualified immunity they already have, in addition to Terry v. Ohio, in addition to Pennsylvania versus Mims, we're going to have some arrogance and brutality, the likes of which we've never seen foisted on American soil. Truth hurts. You're up.
How's it going? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently found your videos, and I don't know, maybe the last couple months on X there. And I'm in the same boat as you. I think it's all theater. I've been awake since 9/11 because I was there. I was stationed across the street from the Pentagon.
Really?
We were assigned to do the remain recovery. And for years, I lied out of like a twisted sense of maybe patriotism or I don't really know. I think it was just that twisted brainwashing that I was like doing the right thing. And so I don't know.
Wait. Let me stop you. How old were you in 2001?
19. I just turned 19. I joined when I was 17. So
as a 19-year-old, you were in the military?
Yeah, I joined at 17.
And you worked on the grounds of the Pentagon after that event?
Yeah, I was a guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at the time, and stationed right across the street. And I was actually one of the first people on scene. And so just to be blunt about it and just understand that I've only recently got the balls to potentially violate, contracts and secrecy and, that type of stuff.
So did you sign something tantamount to like an NDA?
Yeah. Multiple.
So they were actual non-disclosure agreements where you can't talk about certain things?
Correct.
And was there a statute of limitations on that?
That's a good question. But I've stopped caring the last 2 years, starting with the Ukraine war. Like I said, I went along with the lies because, we were all pretty messed up in the head from that, and we wanted revenge. So, we lied. And, I lost a lot of my friends. I didn't get deployed, but a lot of my friends did. And they either came back in pieces or didn't come back at all.
They were deployed to Iraq?
Yeah, Iraq or Afghanistan.
Right.
And, because like we wanted revenge. Like that really messed a lot of us up. But about 6-7 years ago, I came to the realization, I think I knew early on, but I just couldn't process it, that my own government had a hand in 9/11. I couldn't, I used to think it was cool that I was related to the Jews, but I don't think that's cool anymore now that I know what I know. So I was pretty disappointed to find out that not only like my Jewish extended family and my own government put me through that and my brothers through that. But I'll just be clear and blunt. I didn't see a plane. I talked to one of my brothers recently that was there also, just to get clarity, because even the brainwashing is they're so good at it that I doubted my own memory. And so I asked him.
Let me do this because this is on the 4-hour mark of a live stream. I feel like what you have to say based on what you're saying right now is something that everybody should hear. So let me, what's your handle on Twitter?
At BEULER, Dam, DAM. So it's Bueller Dam.
So Bravo, Echo, Unicorn, Lima.
Unicorn.
Did you say ERDAM?
Yeah, correct.
Bueller Dam. Okay, we got to talk because I feel like what you're saying needs to be heard, and it's not going to be heard at the 4-minute and 4-minute mark.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
So I'm gonna send you a DM. I'm gonna follow you right now. I'll send you a follow or a message on Twitter. But let's have an extended conversation, because I don't know if you know it, but my High Impact Flicks channel had the most watched 9/11 video on the planet. It was closing in on 12 million views in like a year and a half or 2 years or whatever. And because of that video, I got demonetized, shadow banned, and then eventually was terminated. But that is such an important psyop that really needs a longer form discussion. So if you can hold that, and let's have that discussion at a different time. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me. But I'm not giving my consent anymore to any of this. I think it's all theater, and I think that they need, in the last few months, deep dive in all these rabbit holes about the evil controllers and the people really pulling the strings. I've discovered that they want us to believe that they have more power than they do. And I do believe that they need our consent. And they're really good and sly at getting consent. But I'm done giving it knowingly anymore.
So from your perspective, when you say they're really sly at getting your consent, what exactly do you mean by that?
Where they'll get you to sign on to something for like they'll like tug at your heartstrings, right? Or they'll get you to okay their evil stuff, right? So they're gonna go have wars, or start a war in Ukraine and fund a war in Ukraine, or I actually was watching the TV live when October 7th happened at like 3:30 in the morning, and I was watching it and they were like, oh, this is our 9/11. This is our 9/11.
Right. Yeah.
And instantaneously I'm like, okay, so that means you orchestrated the entire thing to get us to go to war. So that's what you're saying? Yeah.
Right. All right, brother.
Can I contact you too?
We're going to have a longer discussion on this. I don't know, April. I don't know.
I don't know. You came at it hard. You came at it hard earlier.
Yeah.
About his comments.
April. I got to tell you, I got to tell you, I'm a little touchy around you now, though. You came off the gate a little
well,
weird.
It's good to be touchy-feely. There we go.
Jester man, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's shaking, guys? How are you?
Good. What's on your mind? Let's keep with the topic here. So you voting for Trump or what? Oh, that's right. You're in Canada, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I came on your stream there a while back there. I remember doing police auditing and stuff like that about the law.
Yeah.
So essentially, so you guys understand my background. So I understand quite a bit what's going on behind the scenes with Trump and all that kind of stuff. My uncle, he actually deals in Switzerland. He's one of the top financial advisors here in Canada. So the world is run by Switzerland, all the banking, postal, everything. So any kind of decisions worldwide, it goes through Switzerland. So Trump and all these things, you guys understand that you're talking about 9/11. 9/11 is a ritual. Okay, so these are all rituals because the most sought out commodity is human attention. You want, people's attention is the most sought out thing in the world, more than oil and anything like that. So all these rituals that they're doing, like 9/11, are all rituals to Janus. Okay, so Janus is essentially the many-faced God. So if you really want to understand what's going on behind the scenes and things like that, you have to understand who they worship, which God they worship. So people think about, well, they're Satanists. They're actually not. They're more.
But Jester, man, let me just say this for people who just are like, yeah, okay. All I know is they're doing me harm. They're wrecking my dollar. They're making me have to work 2 or 3 jobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, does it really have to go that deep? Because I was talking to somebody about this the other day, and I was like, okay, maybe they do worship Satan, but can't we make a stronger objective case to where, like, isn't $6.2 trillion enough? Isn't red flag laws enough? Isn't not locking Hillary up enough? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, like, they're always trying to enslave us, right? Like, they're always trying to put things out there to use our human attention against us, because the more human attention they have working for them, the more time they free up, right? So everything's about time. Time, you put it backwards, it's emit. It's your energy, right? You're emitting energy, you're emitting light. That's your time. So essentially, it's a record keeping. That's what they do. So they always try to get our human attention on board with these things. So Trump, he's a perfect example of Janus ritual. Trump is actually, if you understand, all the symbolism around him is all referring to Janus, which is the many-faced God. All gods, all religions here in Canada, in the world, we're all under the Janus. It's all the Holy Roman Empire. That's who they worship. So you got to understand these things, because that's the things, like, people, the world is run on symbols. It's all run through rituals and things like that. So every time you see that they're trying to get your attention somewhere, is that they're trying to get more human attention to make sure that whatever they want to happen happens, because the more human attention is put towards it, the chances are that these things are going to manifest themselves. So that's it. Yeah, that's Janus. That's the many-faced God, the two-faced God.
What better icon for the political movement and a political party than a two-faced God?
There you go.
Man.
Right on, Brian.
That's so fitting. It's so fitting.
Yeah. Well, look at Trump's coat of arms too. It's the two-headed birdie bird. Russia's got the two-headed birdie bird. You got Poland's got the two-headed birdie bird. Look at all Freemasonry. They all worship Janus. Their idea is that they can't see God, but they can see his work. And essentially all the things that you see out there, like even when you see like coat of arms, where you see like the unicorn and the line on each side, the pillars, which are representing the door. Janus is the god of doorways, transitions, and thresholds. So essentially he's the god of death. He's the god of time. He's the god of all gods, not the king of gods, not Jupiter, not Zeus. He's above all that. He's the one above all, which is essentially, that's who they worship. Even when you watch Game of Thrones is actually telling you exactly how the world is run. It's called Game of Thrones. And if you look at the whole story behind it, you'll see that they worship the many-faced God. Arya, she changes her face. She's an assassin. She changes her face all the time. These are all rituals to Janus. And that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, I got my friend, What the Flock TV, Black Sheep Researcher. If you check this guy's research out, man, this guy's on the money. It shows all the number 11, which represents Janus. That's why when you hear about 1111, conscience, all that kind of stuff is referring to Janus, the god of doorways, because 11 does like a door. That's why Canada, our flag, has the 2 pillars with the maple leaf in the middle representing Janus. You'll see a lot of countries have that. You'll see Janus is representing even the Crown Corporation. You'll see the face of Janus on the logo of the Crown Corporation, which essentially the Crown Corporation owns us all. They claim ownership over all of us. So that's the thing, is that Trump in French means tromper, which means to deceive, to wrong or deceive. So essentially Trump is not like, I mean, as much as there's a lot of things that Trump says that I agree with, that's the whole idea, is that they want you to get on board with them. They know like you're not going to be able to agree with everything, but they're going to get this guy to be out there to hit all faces, you know, the many faces of the world. And Trump is actually very universal when you think about it. He's very universal at being able to get people on board and creating controversy. Trump's the best guy. Like, if you ever look at even all the symbolism, his date of birth adds up to 11. What is it? Like Jesus, you add it up, you do the gematria, adds up to 11. Janus, same thing. It's J and S, which is 10, and 19, which is 9/11 backwards. 9 plus 1 plus 1 is 11. You see 38. Switzerland, their initials is CH, which is 38. 3 plus 8. 3 plus 8 is 11.
Now
So
let me ask you something, because you said at the top when you started talking, you said we need to understand that it's linked with Janus. Why do people actually need to know that?
Because, well, once you see that, then you see who we're being played through the symbols. Like once, because you'll see it everywhere. Like look, Bill Gates with all the whole coronavirus, all the stuff that's happened in the last, Gates. Well, what is Gates? Is doorway.
I know, but is it fair to say that it's enough to know that they're working for the bankers, and that's demonstrable through their monetary policies that are approved by the Federal Reserve?
Well, absolutely. Like that. I'm just saying is that like all these things are good to know. It's just if you want to go deep and really understand the rituals and how we're being played, once you know this, you can't be played. And that's what I'm saying is that your human attention, guys, is the most sought out commodity. You have to essentially protect it at all costs. And that's the thing. If you don't know this, that your human attention is the most sought out commodity, you're giving it away freely. That's what they're doing through contracts.
Yeah.
Without realizing that you're making promises, and they're getting you involved in making promises to use your human attention to their benefit and at your own detriment. So that's the thing. Is like once you understand that, because again, Janus is also the pillars of your mind. You have your two hemispheres, creates the pillars. So it's always about gaining your human attention, because everything in the world, the universe, is all about conscience. You have consciousness and then the law, land, air, and water. That's your material that you work with your conscience. We all have a moral obligation to respect the land, air, and water, to make sure I don't deprive you of land, air, and water. I don't deprive myself, and that we manage it in a good, decent way.
Right.
Not like the politicians are doing, like oil companies are doing, exploiting it, not respecting the land, air, and water, and not exercising good conscience. And that's what I'm saying is that once you understand these things, this is all based on religion. This all ancient civilizations. They talk about Janus. You'll see Janus pop its face in all civilizations.
What's got to do with Trump or Kamala?
Was that?
Got to do with Trump or Kamala or voting for that?
Well, because it's a ritual to Janus. That's what I'm saying. It's like even like the attempted assassination of Trump was a ritual to Janus. The date adds up. It's like the reason why I'm saying this is because see, Kamala Harris and Trump are one and the same. Just think of it as they're all representing Janus. And then so you have Janus at the top, which they worship. He's the god of all gods. That's who they know they worship. All Freemasons, all people in the world that know anything that's going on, they know this. Like my uncle, he deals in Switzerland. He deals with the Freemasons. When I told him all this stuff, he couldn't believe that I knew this. I was like,
but I mean, see, to me, the common man will never go that deep. But you can actually show that you can show policy-wise how Kamala and Donald Trump are like this.
That's right.
Perfectly like that.
Can I say something about warp speed real quick? Because that's the one sticking point for me. Because that almost killed me, and it almost killed my father. I'm still battling. You just got to know that the algorithms are crawling, and you got to be careful about the buzzwords. Roger. But it did almost kill me, and I don't need an apology, but going around and bragging about it in every single interview is just insane to me. That's why I got a big issue with anybody who would, with the eyes wide open, actually continue to vote for him when one of the biggest betrayals of American citizens happened under Donald Trump with Operation Warp Speed and with Pfizer and with Moderna. I mean, I know you guys have heard me say this before, but when you went to Moderna's site, they've scrubbed it since then, but they were actually calling the V word, the program, the app, and the software of life. RNA has a meaning, and it actually does something that you don't want it to do in your body. I just recently found an antenna in an electronic device in my home, and I did some patent search on it, and it is for harnessing human energy. Like it can track you, it can harness your energy, and from what I hear, the shots interact with that wide body area, the human body network or whatever. Did you do a video on this? Like if I found a tracking device in my home, I'm getting my camera and recording it. Did you record it? I made a post on it. I put the patent number so you can do it. You can search it up and you can do the research on it. But that is a very complex and very dark rabbit hole that it touches on a lot of the stuff he was touching on, because all this 5G and everything else, they're turning us into the processors, because they found with those little brains they grow in the lab that they can compute like 4 million times the processing power from a little tiny human brain than they can with like a massive supercomputer. And it doesn't heat up. Yeah.
That's why I stay surface, and like maybe it's because I'm a simpleton, but it's like, okay, I'm like a first grader, you know. Kamala's policies are this, and Donald Trump's policies are that, and they're exactly the same, and they achieve the same purposes for the elites that you say that they're not serving, but they actually are, you know. So, guys, I got to go to the bathroom so bad, and we've been doing this for almost 4.5 hours. I got to go, but I appreciate you guys weighing in.
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What can
Can I
I
answer
do?
that real quick? I wanted to answer that.
Go for it.
Yeah, so what do? We the people got to stop giving into these media clowns. Stop accepting these puppets that the media props up. If we would stop voting for them and stop giving into that, and rise up and say, no, we don't want your leaders that you give us. We don't want to be led, or we want somebody that's actually going to audit the Fed, that's actually going to cut back the military spending and all this big government. You know, that's what we got to do. We just got to stop supporting that. But people won't stop supporting that. They want to get on the left and get on the right and argue with each other. And all Kamala and all Trump, it's all nonsense. They work for the same people. And if we would just see through the BS and stop worshiping your left and your right, then we can make a change. That would be the beginning, I would say. You know, until then, just get out of it. Stay out of it. Don't give your consent to be governed. I don't want to be governed by a puppet, and I don't think y'all do either. So I think that's what we have to do. We got to wake people up, help people see that neither side is for us, and they're going to do the same things. They're going to do the exact same things they always have, and they're just going to keep on. They're a bunch of media clowns, and we got to stop following them.
Yeah, and the change can't come until you end up on that square first. Unless you take that first step, there is no change that could possibly come.
And that's why I commend you, Brian, for doing what you're doing, for helping wake people up, even though, you know, you're getting all this hate and all you know, people were unsubscribing and whatever, and you're still pressing forward. You know, that's what we need to do. That's what we all need to do. Stop voting for the left. Stop voting for the right. Stop giving them our consent and say, no, we don't want y'all's puppets anymore. That's what we got to do.
Amen. Guys, I appreciate it. I got a vamoose. Take care.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Live free. See ya.